Backcountry Search and Rescue for only $29. 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 Backcountry Search and Rescue for only $29.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to excuse members not present. Councilmember Douglas?
So moved.
Okay. Second. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved.
All right. The motion on the floor is to excuse members not presented. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is now open.
Thank you. All right, passes 8, one excused absence. Okay, moving on to Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry about that. Pledge of Allegiance is the moment of silence. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Seeing any motion and a second to adopt the agenda as presented, Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as presented. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is now open.
Okay, that passes unanimously with one excused absence. All right, on to public comment. All public comments except for those on public hearings will occur now. If you are intending to comment about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comment for that particular hearing. Public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Person registered to speak multiple may speak multiple times. Will the city clerk call on any virtual or in-person speakers, please?
May Bob Ohm please approach the podium? You will have 3 minutes once your timer starts.
Good evening, Council, Member Douglas. I won't take all of 3 minutes.
Oh.
Those of you that don't know me,
Your button. Sorry, Chief.
Oh, there you go. Ooh. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Bob Olney. I'm the Fire Chief of South Adams County. It's my honor to be before you tonight. I just wanted, as a point of transparency, to talk a little bit about our board will be considering at this next board meeting in a couple weeks resolutions to move forward with a half-cent or half-cent sales tax. As you are aware, the legislature changed the assessment rates and limits on what mill levies can be collected. And we're cutting budget items out of the 25 budget as well as the 26, but our sustainability, we had hoped to go to 28 and doesn't look like we'll get there. So we're gonna ask the community to help us to help them with a half-cent sales tax, should the board approve it at the board meeting in a couple weeks. So lots of challenges, and hopefully we'll get through. So
Thank you, Chief.
thank you very much.
Our next applicant will be Renee Lovato. May you please approach the podium? You will have 3 minutes once your timer starts.
Good evening, Mayor Douglas and City Council members. I'm here today on behalf of the Adams 14 Board of Education to request that you, as City Council, direct or ask, I hate to say direct, the city's legal counsel to meet with our Adams 14 legal counsel to look at the validity and legality of the University Prep or UPrep's use of the Suncor Boys and Girls Club as a charter school. Specifically, we'd like to request that they review the quitclaim deed and IGAs. The Boys and Girls Club is a cornerstone project of the Mile High Greyhound Park Urban Renewal Plan. While other Metro Denver Boys and Girls Clubs partner with school districts to provide services for their students, no other Boys and Girls Club houses a charter school within it. There's a historical and demonstrated need for after-school and summer programming here in Commerce City. We outgrew the capacity at Kearney, where we had 500 students, and the Suncor Boys and Girls Club was built to hold twice that amount. It should be noted that it took 7 years of planning and fundraising to make this a reality. It was built for all our community youth, not to serve as a state-of-the-art facility for a charter school. UPrep has built an early childhood section and has expanded into kindergarten inside the current Suncor Boys and Girls Club here in Commerce City. On top of that, there is permanent signage on the building for UPrep, which says to the community that they're taking over the building, or at the very least, part of the building, for a charter school on questionable legal authority. Adams 14 families are now left to fight for open spaces because the charter school has usurped the space. I'm here today to seek your help. Sorry. Oh, my phone's not cooperating. I'm here today to just ask your help to connect our two entities to discuss this matter a little further. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
At this time, may Joe Frey Waite please approach the podium? You will have 3 minutes once your timer starts.
Hello, everybody. I just had a couple comments.
State your name and address, please.
Sorry, thank you. I'm Joe Fry. I live at 9879 Biscay Street on the north side of town. My comment tonight is in the right-of-way meeting this summer, the weeds are quite high and in some spots up by my corner of Tower and 104th. They're getting quite tall as I am, and I was wondering, like, we live in such a beautiful community, if we can, if our public works department can get those under control and mowed. I know it's hot out there. And then my other comment is I wanted to thank the code enforcement team. This past spring I ran for office. I did not win, but good experience. But they were able to help me understand our code regarding signs, and I wanted to congratulate that team for being so professional and helpful, and thank the staff for that. So have a good night.
Thank you.
Our last speaker will be Ms. Jackie Valdez. Will you please approach the podium? You will have 3 minutes once your timer starts.
Good evening, council and city management.
Evening.
Well, as you all very well know, I missed the last meeting. Wasn't feeling too good. I'm really not feeling too good right now. So I'm just gonna flat say it like it is. Nothing has been done. Nothing. I've been up here so many times, I can't even blink on how many times I've been up here with all the things that are going on our side of Commerce City. And now I'm hearing a lot of it's happening up north. When are we going to see some results? You know, I just don't understand this. You know, we depend on you guys. We depend on city management, and things are just not being addressed. They're not being taken care of. And now I'm to the point where I'm having to run like a chicken with my head cut off trying to get things done myself. When you've got these trucks coming down through, school's getting ready to start again. So now you got to worry about these kids. Not only did you have to worry about it at summertime running the streets and running in the road, but now you got to do it when they're going to school. And nothing is being done. The roads aren't being done. The weeds aren't being done. Nothing is being done. I've called Commerce City Police Department, I don't know how many times, to have them come out and say, well, we had a talk with them. Instead of giving them a ticket for all the violations that's happening, it's not happening. So my question is, when is this gonna get taken care of? When are y'all gonna step up and say, hey, you know what? This has gone on for a long time. These people have been up here for a long time, and we've done absolutely nothing to resolve anything. That's what I want to know. Does it take another child get killed for you guys to step up and do something for a few minutes and then push it underneath the rug? Because the cars are speeding up and down the streets, the trucks are coming through, the semis are coming through, the mini bikes, the go-karts, all of it. Weeds are not getting taken care of. The roads are not getting taken care of. So when is this going to happen? I just pulled into your parking lot. This is pretty bad. This is the municipal building, and the road is messed up right there. That's pretty shameful, guys. Really is. To pull in this parking lot and to see the road like that. You pull in here every single time you come. Why isn't that taken care of? That does damage to your cars. Does anybody not care? Because obviously y'all don't. And I can honestly say that if it came back to, well, it's time to vote for everybody, I wouldn't vote for anybody. Not a person, not a one. Because let me tell you something, nothing is getting done. Nothing whatsoever. And our city management is sitting right here, so he's part of this. When we can spend a lot of money on other things, why can't we spend it on the things that are important?
Thank you, Ms. Valdez.
That concludes our public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the public were able to submit written comments on the deadline. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. Regarding the weeds at 104th and Tower, I had submitted on that only to discover the median is the responsibility of the Reunion Metro District. I didn't know that either. Thank you very much for bringing it forward, though. It is a mess.
Thank you. All right, members of the public were able to submit Councilmember Douglas?
Yes. I would just like to remind Ms. Valdez of how many times I've been over to your neighborhood and I've sat there for hours watching the truck traffic with you. I agree, something has to be done. Please remember that the railroad tracks were removed on Colorado Boulevard, and that was because of the mayor following through on it and making sure that RTD was contacted. I usually don't comment, but
Something has to get done, guys.
I know something has to get done. I am one of 9 up here, and I have.
It wasn't directly to you.
No comments. Sorry, no comments from the audience. Sorry
I
about
just
that.
want everybody to know that I've been trying, and I wanted to go on record.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Douglas. All right, members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline and incorporated. If follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. All right, up next, notes of council business, Senior Commission, Epic Quorum Amendment. I'll invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is really a simple change. When we did the resolution, the ordinance for the Environmental Policy and Innovation Commission, we used the Senior Commission ordinance as the template. only to discover that the Senior Commission ordinance includes a section that says that a city council person is required at every meeting. I can assure you that hasn't been the way it's been run in a very long time. These are the only two commissions or boards where that's a requirement, and I'm simply asking that that be dropped. Sometimes, of course, they want to vote on minutes. That comes at the very beginning of the meeting, and a council member might be late because of another conflict. So if we could just modify those two ordinances to remove that requirement for a quorum and instead make it the majority, that would be a quorum. Thank you. So my motion is to amend the ordinances for the Senior Commission and the Environmental Policy and Innovation Commission to remove the requirement of a council member to create a quorum.
Okay, that's the motion. Can I have is there a second? Councilmember Kim?
Second.
Okay. All right, the motion on the floor is to amend establishing an ordinance for Senior Commission and Environmental Policy and Innovative Commission to remove council members present as a quorum requirement.
Your vote is now open.
Thank you. All right, that passes 7 with 1 no vote and 1 abstain. Absent. City Attorney Zarzaki, is his vote okay?
Yes, Mayor, it
One
is.
step away. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. All right, up next, we'll invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item. This is the Cup Gala sponsorship.
Yep. Thank you, and thank you, council, for that vote. This is a sponsorship for CUP for their upcoming gala. As you know, they not only have Reunion Coffee House, but now they have Greyhound Grounds, and between the two of them, I know that all of us have our meetings at those two coffee houses, and in addition, more importantly, they serve as training ground for our youth. So I am seeking a approval of a sponsorship of $3,000 for the Cup Gala.
All right. That's the motion. Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to sponsor the Cup Gala on September 27th to 2025. This request is for $3,000. Includes a social media recognition, gala program, acknowledgement, and 4 tickets to the gala.
Your vote is now open.
Thank you. Okay, that passes 7 and 1 non-vote and 1 excused absence. All right, next one, bless you. Amend CP number 3 to simplify volunteer appointment rescission process. We'll invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you, council, for support of that sponsorship. This is an amendment to our council policies regarding membership on the various boards, commissions, and advisory committees. This would make, it would set in motion a process that would be automatic if someone is not attending or fulfilling their role. It would mean that if you have 2 unexcused absences, you would receive a letter from the city clerk's office that you have 30 days to reach out to the chair to explain, and if not, then your role on that committee would end automatically. So I think it gives everyone the opportunity to save face and also to make sure that we're rotating in people and that the boards and commissions that we do have are meeting their quorums each month and are able to do the work that they want to do. So my motion is to approve a simplified process for the volunteer appointment rescission.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas? Sorry, Councilmember Kim?
I'll second that one.
All right. Now, you read restate that because I have, mine
Okay.
doesn't say that, so go ahead and restate.
I know, I don't have it in front of me. You read the one that you did,
All right.
and I'll agree with you.
Okay, this is after 2 unexcused absences, the appointee will be notified by the city clerk's office that unless the board or commission chair is contacted directly within 30 days with a reasonable explanation, the appointment will be automatically rescinded at the next regular council meeting on the consent agenda. The former appointee may reapply for the future vacancy.
Excellent. That's what I intended to say.
Okay.
Thank you. That's my motion.
That's a motion. Councilmember Kim seconded. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. So is it 30 days after the second unexcused? So, okay.
Correct.
Any other discussion? All right, thank you. We're ready.
Your vote is now open.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next is, I'll invite City Manager Rogers to introduce this item. It's operating funding priorities 2026 budget request.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. At the July 28th study session, the City Council held a discussion around operating funding priorities for the 2026 budget request. In that, there were 5 identified priorities ranging from public safety, Derby, public works, retail development, and economic development. There were within that even a subset of either work programs, items, or additional priorities identified with detail to assist with the day-to-day operations, core and/or management processes to increase capacity. From that discussion, there was consensus in bringing a motion to recognize or to support staff continuing forward in additional due diligence and analysis to bring that back to future budget meetings. And what you have within the council communication is a drafted motion recognizing that consensus as well as future direction.
Okay, thank you. All right, the motion on the floor, the motion to direct the city manager to analyze and present staff finding and recommendations at the September 8th budget workshop of increased capacity and capabilities within the 5 operating funding priorities. Number 1, public safety. Number 2, Derby. Number 3, public works. Number 5, retail development and economic development. Identified from the July 28th study session, this analyze and recommendations should include, but not limited to, the additional details the city council discussed under the 5 identified operating funding priorities. Councilmember Teeter.
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll make that motion.
thank you. Need a second. Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay. Is any council members have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much, Mayor Douglas. My question involves retail development, economic development, and primary employment. And during the course of our conversation, there was discussion that we saw those as all connected. And I would suggest that in the Economic Development Department, they pretty much see all three of those connected as well in some fashion. I don't want primary employment to not be on the list simply because it was the sixth. It was said to us that we could have 5 or more, and since primary employment, retail development, and economic development are all pretty much the same category, if you will, because they all fall under economic development, I would like to make a friendly amendment to add primary employment.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for our city managers. I know it was intentionally had them in these different buckets. My question for you is, does it change the overall intent of us really being focused on where we need to go by adding primary employment? What does that do to this effort to be focused on these 5?
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you for that, Mayor, and thank you for that. That's a great question. I think if you're looking at primary employment, obviously we're already doing some baseline function of attraction and retainment or retention of primary employment. I think it would be in the discussion of what is council seeking to accomplish or to identify within primary employment, like what was discussed last Monday with respect to economic development or retail development, as examples of increasing marketing, branding, increasing opportunities for incentivization of different types of development. With primary employment, one of the things that we are missing from a policy conversation, for an example, is what do we want to be when it comes to primary employment, knowing that there are a number of different clusters that have been identified within your economic development strategic plan that will give greater clarity to how we then actually go about operationalizing or attracting those type of users. Those determinations about who we want to be have not been determined. So I think on the grand scheme of things, we're already going to do it. What we're talking here is when we're going to put additional concerted effort that might lead to more resources as far as staff, as far as funding. But we're already doing some component of that. So we're not leaving that off at the table from our day-to-day.
And just to follow up on that, so what I'm hearing you say is without doing that first step for identifying which area you want to focus on with primary employment, it may be too spread out as a specific priority, right? Do we have to do that first step first?
You have to do that first step first. We've heard from site selectors and the else. What do you want to be? Who are you going after as your sector market that then, from a state perspective, and the site selectors themselves say it's easier than to identify where the best opportunities lie when they're coming into the Denver Metro Front Range. Once again, you have in your economic development strategic plan identified primary employment clusters that we can avail ourselves of, but we've not taken that next step from a policy perspective of what does that really look like? How do you then develop a plan around what that identified philosophy for primary employment? And then how does that then speak into the types of engagement and or funding and or resources that are necessary? Once again, we're going to do it, but we're broadly doing it right now.
So for the purposes of tonight and this friendly amendment, what I'm hearing from the feedback you gave is that if we are not focused on what type of primary employment or strategy for that, I guess my question, will it delay these tactics or these strategies of prioritization so that we can have this data, this thing? Because we think about public safety, think about Derby, we think about public works. This is something we've heard from our public comment, which I agree with, it's taken too long. And so by adding primary employment, does that delay this, or do we have to do that step? What's the path of like, let's get things done, let's focus on priorities so we can start funding?
So what I would say is that you all provided some intentionality around some of the subsets of your priorities and had a very thorough discussion about that. In that, you've given us clear guidance and direction on what to bring back or how to look at what to bring back and how that will have an effect on the budget in the bigger picture. You are in my professional opinion, you are one or two steps behind that in primary employment and identifying what that sector is, because not each sector is created equally and what they would need and how we go about addressing that. So there's probably some additional policy steps and discussions that are needed in and around that. Now, once again, we're not saying no to primary employment if someone comes knocking on our door. Could we be a little bit more,
Oh, that's okay. But I think so for me with this conversation, I won't be supporting adding another a 6 item at this point because I think it's imperative for us to be focused on what we discussed and what we had so we can actually make some traction.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, do you want to respond?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I would like to counter that because we certainly don't know either what we want to see for economic development in Commerce City, do we? We haven't set up we want this kind of business, we want that kind of business, and we don't want that kind of business. We haven't had that discussion. Primary employment is the kind of employment that means that people can afford the homes in Commerce City. They are working in this area. They can go to lunch at restaurants that people want to see here, which is important. We want to have restaurants here as well. So I don't think it's separate. I think it's all part of the conversation and that we need to have an emphasis on this. I completely agree. And the arbitrariness of canceling out primary employment from economic development just doesn't really make sense to me. So I don't know who made the motion. Who made the motion?
I made the motion, but it was approved.
I'll speak to that, Mayor. The motion was drafted by staff based on the conversation and the consensus that was held last Monday.
Oh, okay, but who made the?
Councilmember Teeter.
Councilmember Teeter, do you accept my amendment?
No.
Okay, then I would like to make an unfriendly amendment to include primary employment along with economic development.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I would totally agree with that. That came to mind when I was asked by our mediator last week, and I put all of them together because I saw them as being all together. And we've got to start approaching things like that. To me, rather than holding anything back, it would jumpstart the possibilities for primary employment.
Councilmember Douglas, I need to stop you there.
What's
I'm
that?
looking for a second. Are you seconding?
I am seconding it. Thank you.
Okay, now I can have discussion. Did you want anything else we want to say, Councilmember Douglas?
No, and I apologize for misunderstanding what the request was.
It's all right. All right, no problem. Councilmember Madera.
So what do we mean by primary employment? Because to me, right, our primary employers right now is industry. So do we want more industry? Or, you know, if we get restaurants, you're talking minimum wage jobs. You know, we basically had this discussion and arrived to these 5 as a body. So, you know, just throwing something on last minute, I'm not agreeable to, because we've had this discussion, right? And when we're just throwing out terms that we don't agree on what those terms mean, you know, I'm fine adding it later, but I think we need to have that discussion, right? Do we want more industry? Because those are the higher paying jobs in the city currently, and the majority of the jobs in the city, to be frank. So is that what we're trying to do, is bring in more industrial into Commerce City to fulfill, the primary employment.
Councilmember Kim.
So I'm unsure. It sounds like to me we're trying to add a sixth item on this versus what the conversation we had during the study session where we talked about top 5. Wouldn't, City Manager Rogers, quick question, wouldn't primary employment already follow through in the top 5?
To some extent. It's not, I would say it's a component, but it's not going to be, let me take a step back. It is a component of a number of different pieces that can be approached under economic development. Once again, economic development is more broad about things of such as programming, incentivization, marketing, branding, whereas retail development is truly your commercially supportive development, like your restaurants, your hair salons, your dry cleaners, the things that people need for your day-to-day life, but they feed, retail development feeds into residential and primary employment. Primary employment, in the simplest of terms, is when you have a business or an industry that produces goods or services nationwide, international, or national. And as what we've identified in our master plan, those are industries of interest such as transportation, logistics, distribution, wholesale retail trade, energy, natural resource, advanced manufacturing, aviation, aerospace, but then there are other groups such as bio, life science, food and beverage, financial services. Once again, those are all very broad in defining categories that have different needs that you would have to tailor make your approaches to. And we have identified industries of interest, but we haven't identified where and how we want to target those under separate programming. So right now, we are generally approaching ourselves for each one of those categories on the day-to-day when those opportunities come through the Office of Economic Development and Information Technology, or OEDIT, or Metro Denver.
So they would essentially follow through at some point, is what I'm hearing. I mean, it sounds like, so I guess my question is, I guess for the motion maker too, is to request that, can I get a clarity, I guess, as far as what is the purpose of adding on primary employment now as a 6th item? Because I guess when we had Ms. Bergman here, we talked about top 5 and we identified those top 5. And I know primary employment is something we want to add in, and we talk about different industries, and I would include aerospace as far as part of that. I'm trying to figure out more specifically as to what exactly are we trying to target, or what's our end goal for primary employment?
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Howell?
Sure, thank you. These were all buckets that we had put monopoly money into during our retreat. So it wasn't that we didn't support it, it's that for some reason we got fixated at the study session on 5 when if you look at the message that we got from the city manager, it said 5 or 6. That's what it says, but we got fixated on 5. I know as Councilmember Douglas would know, from having had the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee, that these are all one bucket. In fact, it should probably equal 4. If the retail development, economic development, primary employment should all be one together rather than be separated. And I just don't want it to be left out. You've heard this discussion. There's a lot of things on the table that we haven't dealt with. I want it to be emphasized so that we don't skip it. Can't skip anymore.
City Manager Rogers, I know that we had a discussion to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, I think when it comes to primary employer, that's part of economic development. I mean, you're gonna have someone who reach out, not necessarily, we have to reach out to them, but we had to make sure when those doors are open, we're inviting that portion of economic development as well, not shutting them out. So, and not saying that this shuts them out, but I think my last week's discussion, primary employee should be part of economic development. It really shouldn't even be a sixth one. It just should be part of the discussion with economic development. So, City Manager Rogers, you have,
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Mayor, and I don't think anybody here is saying no, shut primary employment out of the discussion. I think there's some functional steps that need to occur to get to a place where you identify the appropriate resources and/or level of budget enhancements to accomplish a tangible outcome. I don't see that we're at that stage yet with the policy discussion around that would inform how we could successfully deliver something that's a tangible outcome that was related back to that policy decision. And that policy decision and discussion absolutely needs to happen and should happen and can happen while working on the broader economic development, the broader retail development perspective. But if we're going to drill down on primary employment, that is a very concerted and a very meaningful discussion that needs to occur, and one that just does not happen over the course of one night. It happens into what does that then look like, and what are even those subsectors that may come out of that. So, like I said, with bio-life sciences as an example, there are subsectors within that that we may be better situated as well. So there is a very detailed and even more strategic conversation that comes out of that primary employment. And who do you go after? How do you develop an incentive package around those that are not just then generalized for some of the other opportunities that come through the door? What things should we be exploring with the state? What things should we be exploring with our Department of Treasury and the rest at the federal level to gain opportunities, right? So it's not as though, like I said, that we're not going to continue to push for primary employment based on the industries of interest, because you have adopted those industries of interest when you approved the Economic Development Strategic Plan. But if you want to be more tactical and get in defining what we are going to be in the Denver Front Range, like other municipalities have done with certain types, then that's a deeper dive that we should be having before saying, let's throw more money, staff, and time, and not knowing what are going to actually be the metrics or the outcomes from that.
all right. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, and I thank my fellow council members and Mayor Pro Tem for this discussion. It's a great discussion, and I know we're all passionate about what we can do to help our city move forward. And when I mentioned like not having an extra or sixth category, it's because it's the term of we can't boil the ocean, right? You don't want to boil the ocean. And the challenge of this is trying to prioritize these other big needs. And if we add other things, in my opinion, it deters us from maybe focusing on getting some things done that we really need to get done in the next couple of years. Primary employment is critical, but this is a part of the activity that we had to really try to streamline and prioritize what we can get done over the next year. And then as we have this discussion next year, we can really think about adding it to it as we do some more work about primary employment. But in good faith, as I look at these five that we discussed, again, recognizing the tension and the challenge and the passion behind it, I really believe it's necessary to focus on these five. When I look at public works, I do hear public comment every week, and it's just because we haven't necessarily focused as much as we can in terms of resources to truly address some of our public work issues across our city. When I look at public safety, it's the same thing. How do we continue to increase public safety so we can make sure all parts of our city feel safe and welcomed? And then Derby, of course, is something that could be an economic engine for our city, and then economic development, as we know, we discussed it. So that's where my stance is from. Not necessarily I disagree. I believe in primary employment is necessary, but I'm leaning more on let's move from trying to get things done to actually action. And I think this is a path that helps us get towards action, in my opinion.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I hear is everybody trying to talk us out of this. Yeah, we've got industry now, but that doesn't mean that we need to keep going in that direction. We need to look for a healthy balance. There's a whole tech world waiting out there for us, and that was the part of the original comp plan that I was a part of, and so was the mayor and members of our community in 2010. The consultants who put that together for us and worked with us for many, many, many weeks said that if we did not do something with the comp plan that was put forth at that time, that our money would be wasted. We didn't move forward like we should have on that plan. It brought forth this new comp plan, which I see is taking us in the direction of making us a bedroom community. I think that if we don't add this on, that our constituents are going to be very disappointed in this council. And so that is my justification, and I won't keep talking in circles. That is my justification for supporting this unfriendly amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. City Zarzaki, or Attorney Zarzaki.
Yes, sir.
So there was a amendment called out.
Yes, so there's an amendment on the floor. The body needs to vote on the amendment to determine whether or not the primary motion has been amended.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, the amendment on the floor is to add primary employment to the list.
Your vote is now open.
I don't see votes.
Sorry, we're resetting the vote. Your vote is open.
It's up on the screen.
Reset the vote.
Thank you.
Your vote is open. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Okay, that fails 3-5. All right, we'll go with the main motion.
Your vote is now open.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. All right. Okay, presentation, oil and gas monthly update. I'll invite Melanie Mascaneres, Sustainability Manager, forward to make the presentation.
Hi, I'm Melody Mascarenas, the Sustainability Manager for Commerce City, here to do the oil and gas update today. There are currently no oil and gas applications. Oil and gas notice update. Staff has not received any notices this past month from ECMC as of July 16th, 2025. The combined Connor Wakeman virtual neighborhood meeting was held on Thursday, July 11th. The meeting notice was sent to residents within 1 mile of the facilities as part of Adams County oil and gas permit process. These pads are still awaiting state drilling permit approval and have not met all the Adams County approvals for conditions precedent such as air quality plan approval, traffic impact fee payment, and final engineering documents. Adams County issued a public comment letter to ECMC supporting a petition filed by Wild Earth Guardians, requesting that ECMC initiate rulemaking to incorporate the social cost of carbon into cumulative impact analysis for oil and gas development projects. Other local governments are considering sending in letters of support of this petition. These are the Suncor exceedances from May 15th to June 15th. Total reportable events are 5, and total number of exceedances 15. So you can see some of those are grouped together. And any questions?
Sure. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. You know what I find fascinating on your list of environmental exceedance report is June 15th, which shows 500 pounds of SO2. That wound up being nearly 3.5 tons by June 25th, and was noticed by CDPHE on July 1st. I am part of the Everbridge notification system, which any community member can be part of. The only notifications I received from Suncor on June 27th and June 28th. Nothing about what had occurred. SO2 causes respiratory issues. This needs to be investigated. Something is very wrong that the initial report was 500 pounds and it wasn't corrected until July 1st to 3.5 tons.
Okay.
I was with residents today for a public health researchers. We're talking to South Commerce City residents, and there's a lot of people who are very frightened. They were initially frightened because of the catalyst that fell in December of 2019 and all that stuff spewing from the sky. Now, whenever they see a flare at Suncor, they wonder if that flare is going to be a fire. You know, it's a very, very scary time for people. But I think that's, so when you go, it's gonna take a while. It'll be interesting to see when it shows up after June 15th on the exceedances. Also, a lot of people in the ward I represent, Ward 4, who live in Buffalo Run, had been receiving letters asking them to sell their mineral rights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I did speak to Greg Dean at Adams County, and there are no sites that will frack into their homes. Is probably a speculator, but I can only speculate who that person might be, but there is nothing planned. I will say that there are no other available sites at the northern edge of Commerce City, at the northern edge of Ward 4. They have all been approved by Adams County. Multiple, 28, many sites. But if someone is being contacted, they should, before they take any of it seriously, they should contact an attorney or contact Adams County and find out whether anything's going on, or contact you maybe. Would you be someone to contact?
We've heard from residents that have been contacted, but we're not advising them, but we have heard about that, the mineral rights.
Yeah.
And we have monthly meetings with the state air program. So what I will bring up the June 15th to the July 1st incident and talk to them about it, bring it to their attention that you asked about it.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you so much, Melody. Appreciate it. Thank you for your report.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. I've also had people wondering about that, and some are very anxious about the possibility of having it come back into our neighborhoods, and others just want the money. So, which tells me that they're not respecting their neighbors very much. I do want to take the opportunity to thank you for getting me that information that I asked for last time regarding the neighborhood meeting. Because if you had not gotten that to me, there wouldn't have been so many people showing up for that meeting. I had people that said that they didn't get anything. They went back through their junk mail and did find something. There were others that couldn't find anything, but there was a very interesting turnout for that meeting. Lots of people in the neighborhood are very upset and very concerned. They're feeling that they're not being heard. And it was interesting that our former city council member, Megan Grimes, is the government liaison for POCO, the outfit that is planning to do their operations in that area. But thank you, because I got to listen in. I didn't participate. I just listened into the meeting, and I was so glad that I had the opportunity to do that. And I've been out to the site personally, and people have reason to be concerned because the county actually, when they approve the permits, now it has to go to the ECMC. But in Adams County, the commissioners can approve permits. And so with them approving those permits, they had to make allowances to pass the permits. So these allowances are impacting the people who live out there personally, and there's great concern. But I did want to thank you for following through on that. That was very important to me, and so because of you, not only did I get to listen in on that meeting, but others got to participate who are being impacted. So thank you.
Councilmember Ford?
Thank you. You know, I've lived in River Run for 20 years, and I have leased my oil rights ever since I've lived there. And someone's gonna give me money to have a 5-year lease on my rights. I'm gonna take it, and if somebody drills a well that can actually get to the oil underneath of my property, I'm gonna take advantage of that as well. I think it's important to know there are 9 people on this council, and we all have our own opinions, and I'm one that is not opposed to people taking advantage of their rights that they own. That's all.
I had a question about this SO2, sulfur dioxide. Was that from plant 1 or from plant 2? Melanie?
I have it
Okay.
right here. Let me see here. H2S. So I just have to look it up real quick.
Okay.
SO2. Plant 2 main flare shall not exceed 500 pounds of SO2 on a 24-hour average. And that was the plant, it was plant 2 main flare that exceeded.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Sulfur dioxide. The quantity is 500. Councilmember Kim, before I go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Can you convert that 500 pounds? So what does that mean by parts per billion for SO2? Do you have that by chance, or
I
they just
do
said
have
500
it,
pounds?
I just have the printout of it, and it's 3 a.m. plant the fuel gas system experienced an increased flow of hydrogen sulfide. And let me see here. And then that led to the total excess SO2 emissions from this event was 3.59 tons. The event lasted from June 15th to 25th. It's under investigation, it says. So 500 pounds. It says 500 pounds of SO2 on a 24 average. So that's the limit, but they exceeded it by 1,691 pounds. Is that your question about the 500?
That's fine. So I guess what I'm understanding, according to the EPA site, is that 0.02 parts per billion is considered safe. But, so that's why I was trying to figure out what is 500, converting 500 pounds to parts per billion.
500 pounds. Yeah, I'll have to look into that further. I don't
So at the
know.
end of the day, what I see, just again, simple Google searches, right, is the fact that with sulfur dioxide does cause respiratory issues, like Mayor Protorium said, asthma exacerbation, cardiovascular impacts, increased mortality, reduced lung function, a few other things that occur on there. So I would hope that, man, 2 weeks, it took 2 weeks. That's quite disappointing.
So Councilmember Kim, that's 4,527 parts per million.
And 0.02 is considered safe. And we had 4,000.
Right.
No comment.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you. We did receive all of this information from staff on July 1st. So on June 18th, Suncor reported to CDPHE a release of 500 pounds of sulfur dioxide into the air, and then they corrected it, which led to the higher amount of tonnage. And I do want to go back and clarify something that Councilmember Ford said, because residents need to understand this clearly, that the city council can't stop anybody from signing a lease or selling their rights. That we have no role in that whatsoever. That belongs to them. That is totally their decision. Third thing, though, methane landfill rulemaking, or landfill methane rulemaking. Are we participating in that?
As it currently stands right now, ma'am, there's been no action taken. I sent a couple emails last week, one on methane gas, while also one on pipeline, and that's a determination for your consideration today.
Okay, then I will raise it later. I did go to Tower Landfill today because I wanted to understand why there is a thermal hotspot that satellites are picking up. So these are the same satellites that catch the fires that are going on the western slope. And I thought, why is there a hotspot over the Tower landfill? It's because they flare 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's an open stack. So I think it's incumbent on us, because we have homes that have been approved, and we have constituents who live around the landfill, that we make certain that it's as safe as it could possibly be. So I will suggest later this evening during administrative council business that we as a city participate in the rulemaking. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. All right, up next is the 2026 budget preliminary session 1. Vice City Manager Rogers Ford to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first of 3 planned 2026 budget preliminary sessions. leading up to the council budget retreat, which will be scheduled for September 8th, 2025. Tonight's intent is to cover fund balance overview, revenue expenditures for projections, draft source and use, general fund for the general fund, as well as base budgets. We anticipate next week you will have a conversation and follow up to what is discussed tonight, as well as decision package proposals and a discussion or an update on our long-term financial plan as well. But tonight we are solely going to be focusing on our base budget, overview of the budget and our fund balance, as well as revenue and expenditure projections. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Christopher Johnson to take us through the presentation.
Thank you very much, City Manager Rogers. As you said, tonight we're going to be focused on the general fund, looking at both what drives the revenues and expenditures. There will be something a little different than the past couple of years in the past. At the council planning retreat this year, it was requested that department directors present their own budget. So after I give an overview at the top here, each director will be coming up to speak on their budget briefly. Today, to look at our general fund balance, this is a slide you guys have seen before. We have our starting point of $107.9 million. When we take out our unspendable, our restricted, and our reserves, we end up at a 56.1 unassigned general fund balance. Due to council action this year, as well as the amount to budget the 2025 budget, we sit at a remaining unassigned fund balance of just over $45 million. Looking at 2K, we started at 9.8. We had a $750K transfer to the Capital Expenditures Fund. Remaining restricted fund balance is at $9.1 million. This slide is helpful because it shows kind of where we've lived at fund balance throughout the past 5 years, as well as where we sit right now mid-year. You can see we ended 2024 at probably the high to medium spot for our general unassigned fund balance. When looking at our 2K fund balance, we ended at 9.1, which is toward, or 9.8 at the end, and we sit at 9.1 now, which is towards the lower end, but that transfer to the CIP fund in 2025 is relatively small, so I do expect that to increase at the end of 2025. Now looking at what's driving our revenue projection, anybody who knows Commerce City revenues knows that sales and use tax is our bread and butter. It can make up anywhere to 70 to 80% of our general fund revenues, so it's important to look at. This slide, or this graph breaks it down between 2K and non-2K sales tax. You can see that big jump in 2020 to 2021, which is the based on the sales tax wayfare decision that we spoke about previously at these meetings. And then since then, we've sat into a little more even growth over the past 4 years. Looking at our year over year average, we've had a great start to this year. We are actually 6.1 million higher than we were last year at this point. If you look at the breakdown of the months, that was to a very good month in February and March that I will speak to a little bit more later on in the presentation. And then I like that year over year mark of our total sales and use tax. It shows that one anomaly, 38% gain, and then how we sit into a 1.4 to 2% growth over the past couple of years. As we continue to work on improving our projections, we've started to look closer at both sales and use tax individually and how we split use tax out even more. Sales tax has, in my time here, been hard to keep up with how much the growth we've seen year over year. It's been a bread and butter for the city. I believe our 2024 budget amount was 62 million, so we beat it by 8%. So it's been strong growth over the past 5 years, even 10 years. And then as we look at the indicators, though, we have seen the growth start to slow a little bit. We are still seeing growth, but it's just not quite as robust as years in the past, as it seems to be slowing down. You can see our 2025 budget of 69 million. We beat that last year, so I'm pretty sure we beat it this year. And then looking at our 2026 projection of 72.9, will increase over 3 million from the 2025 projection. And I will say we do budget these conservatively, trying to be aware of economic factors. The headwinds that we're hearing both federally and at the state level, have not been the best, as we see Denver and Aurora projecting pretty large deficits, and at the state level needing to reduce the budget. So we try to be conservative with this approach, even though it's been one of our great growth factors. Looking at use tax, this shows the combined use tax for the city. We have, starting this year, we've started breaking it down into 3 different levels. We have our general use tax, which is just any vendor that buys from a vendor that does not collect sales tax, they pay use tax to the city to catch up for that. And then our vehicle use tax, which is derived from people registering their vehicles in the state. Doesn't matter where you buy the car, when you register it, you pay where you live. So that's one of the categories. And then our final category is the construction use tax. That's been the more elastic of the 3, in that it is based more on what kind of investment we're seeing in the city. If you break down that throughout the years, you've seen we had 28, and then a huge jump up to 68.5, and even another great year at 40. Those were almost anomalous years. There was a very low interest rate environment spurring investment, as well as we had very large audit collections during those years. So it kind of messes up the trend, but you can kind of see how it works. 28, now we're living at 36. Our budget was 37, and our projection for 2026 right now is 35 million. Of that 35 million, 34% is general, 31% is construction, and 35% is vehicle. Looking at the year over year, we've had a great start to the year in that we're 3.8 higher than we have been in the past. I went through our general and was just kind of trying to see what drove that. And I found those were rather large one-time investments. We had just from 4 permits, we had over 3.5 million. So while that's great to have, it's a one-time investment. So we are a little cautious when adding that to our 2026 projection.
And I think what's important, and I appreciate that Mr. Johnson broke out the 3 major buckets with respect to use tax. Use tax makes up 25% of our overall general fund revenues. So it is not an insignificant part of the equation as we're thinking about how we continue to provide effective and efficient level of services. I think when you look at that trend, we have seen, I would call it a lack of investment, if you want to think it in some forms or another, within our city, where we've had residential populations as far as permits and activity, both on the residential and on the commercial side, start to peter off as far as major investment. We were doing 1,600 units in 21. We did 623 in 2024, and through the end of May, we were only at 222 residential permits. For non-residential, we've grown over those years in the same capacity, but in that, we've had probably more tenant finish and remodels. So 23, we did 90 new non-residential permit issuances. 24, we did 101. And currently along that same timeline for January to May for non-residential, we've only seen 38. So that decrease is uniform across both residential and non-residential. And those play a role in thinking about the longevity and the fiscal sustainability of our city, because they both provide a metric for us in thinking that we're creating a population base that's feeding into what supports it, which then feeds into what we collect in being able to provide those level of services. So it will be intriguing to see how this is fed in and what comes out of our long-term financial plan as a piece of that data.
When you throw them on the chart, you can see our operating revenues. They've bounced up and down due to a couple things. There's investment earnings that have impacted the 2022 actual negatively and impacted it very positively in 2023. In 2024, the actual 146 included a 4.2 million transfer to cover water rights debt, as well as over 6 million in investment earnings to kind of put that number in context, you can see our 2025 number and then the 2026 preliminary budget number of 139.4 million. We had some other headwinds against that in that the state no longer is transferring the same amount of marijuana revenue to the municipalities, which impacted us around $900K, as well as some intergovernmental expenses that have seen decreases in, or intergovernmental revenues that have seen decreases in the past couple of years. Just a reminder about our base budget process. Every other year, we do what we call the full base budget analysis, where we put together an algorithm based on the last couple of years' actuals as well as growth factors to set the department's budget at a base level. In the interim years, which this was, we still interact with the departments and go over the budget. We start with just a line-by-line discussion and compare it to the history to see if an inflation factor maybe is appropriate or a reduction could be made. The whole goal of the base budget process is to right-size budgets based on historical analysis and try to be more true to the data than to what we might think. Another reminder, when the department directors are talking about their budgets, it's broken down into these main 6 budget or expense categories. If they're talking about salaries, that includes all the FTE and part-time staff salaries that are paid. Benefits, you're talking your FICA, which is your Social Security, your Medicare, retirement, health insurance costs. Contract services is what we pay to our contract staff. Services and charges amounts to services rendered by outside vendors as well as our allocations, which I'll speak a little more on in a second. And then material supplies are our tangible goods that bring it to do the job, as well as our capital outlay, which is amounts spent on things that have long-term value. The key word in there is capital, because we treat those as assets rather than just expenses, so they maintain long-term value to the city. Looking at departments' base budgets versus for the 2026 base versus the 2025 adopted, I'll let the directors speak to this more, but you can see some of the large changes in there. We moved some of our property casualty insurance out of finance into human resources, which accounted for a lot of those large changes. And then I wanted to also speak on the internal service funds and how their budget is felt throughout the city. For IT, fleet, and facilities, those budgets hit every single department budget, so that uses them. So everybody has an IT budget because everybody uses the computer. So that 13.3 is spread amongst the departments. So, and for the facilities, the same. Facilities saw an increase due to the addition of the janitorial division. So that effect is felt through all the department budgets. When you're looking at fleet, that's only to who actually has vehicles, so it won't be as widespread, but it's still felt amongst the vehicle-heavy departments such as public safety or public works. I just want to say that because as the departments talk about their changes in service, those are all wrapped up in our services and charges. So when departments speak on that later, pretty much all of them are going to have a computer allocation increase and a facilities allocation increase based on the way we do those budgets. Otherwise, in the variances, I'll let them speak on specifics, but you'll probably see the allocations, the benefits, and the salaries in pretty much all of these. It's the most consistent growth expenditure we have, as it just takes a lot of resources to keep everybody employed, keep everybody with health insurance, and then maintain the internal service funds and services that we do. Looking at the operating expenditure line, you can see it's a pretty straight growth as we have expanded operations to handle those and to meet community needs. As you see, we average somewhere between 10 million a year to the operating expenditures each year. Now, as we put the lines together, we could see that for the 2026 preliminary budget, they do cross. This is before we consider the CIP transfers. We're projecting a $2.8 million deficit for the general fund. Now, I will say, as I said earlier, that we project revenues conservatively and we budget full expenditures. So it's not a sky is falling into the world scenario, but it is kind of indicative of the fact that our operations have been increasing faster than our revenues over the past few years. So it is something to keep an eye on and make sure we keep keep that under consideration as we increase base expenditures for the city. This is our source and use. This is the document we use to put together the revenues and expenditures of the general fund. We put it like this to kind of mirror the council quarterly report that we do, but I'll just kind of go over how this works. On the first column, and you have our 2025 budget, and in the 2026 preliminary budget, and then we have it broken down into our main revenue categories. These are the same categories that are presented in the ACFR, so we try to be consistent with keeping those for our budget. So if you total up all our revenues, that's where you get that $139.4 million projection. And the bottom half of this is our base expenditures. You have all the departments as well as the debt for service that's paid out of the general fund to reach our total expenditure line of $128.8 million. You can see that there is a positive gap between our total revenues and our base expenditures of $10.6 million. That's before we consider what we call our mandatory transfers. We have the debt, the elected officials' retirement, and our CIP indirect allocation. The CIP transfers we spoke about a couple weeks ago are not included in part of this yet, but they will be factored in eventually. But without those, you see we end up at negative $2.8066 million. So you take the 139, you subtract the 128, as well as the transfers of 13.5, and that's where we get that $2.8 million number. Because of the ballot issue that passed in 2012, we still have to break out 2K and non-2K portions of our revenue. So this makes up all the anticipated 1% tax revenue, as well as the revenue from the facilities built with that bond issuance, and takes out and has an indirect allocation from our 2K model, as well as paying down the 2K debt. And you can see there's a small surplus of $2.2 million in there. And then looking at our non-2K portion, you take all the general fund that's revenue that's not part of the 1%, as well as that allocation model to get our $115 million. And then the operating is the operating expenditures minus what we allocate to 2K, and then our debt payment that goes to general fund, as well as elected officials and indirect allocation leads to our deficit. I do need to apologize. There is a typo on this. The deficit should be $5,135,000, with the difference coming out of operating before. So that 5.4 is a little higher than it should be if you are checking my math. Quick to just talk about the budget calendar, next steps. We're at the first preliminary budget session. We have a couple more scheduled for the next 2 Mondays, all leading up to the council workshop on September 8th, which we will work to finalize numbers so we can bring the complete budget back on October 20th for the opening of the public hearing, which we will close a couple weeks later. At this time, I'm going to pass it off to Carlton Babbage to go over the human resources budget.
Good evening. I tend to be a loud talker, so I'm measuring here. So quick summary of what the Human Resources Department is and who we are and what we do. We have a vision to have transformational and innovative leadership. We do that with all our key responsibilities and roles. That's our talent acquisition, our hiring, our learning and development, our training of folks, our employee wellness and recognition, especially Employee Appreciation Month here. Those are all things that we take seriously and we take pride in, along with our risk management and other collective bargaining responsibilities. All of that happens in 3 main divisions: our HR division, the largest of the divisions, our risk management group, and then our organizational development budget. So that's citywide funds for training for all employees. Mentioned ISF funds, there's one more, and that is for the budget for benefits. So we have benefits fund that we went self-insured, and so we have to make sure there's enough money in there to help pay for all the benefits for all of our medical for the employees. We also just went self-insured in the recent past for dental as well, so you'll see these in subsequent slides. It's important to note that this ISF, this does not contain any direct FTEs. So any FTEs or people doing the work behind this are budgeted in the HR salaries budget. We've grown a little bit as Commerce City has grown a little bit. That has initially with some investments into talent acquisition, also into our benefits coordination group. And then as we've grown up even more, we added a senior benefits analyst to help with ADA accommodations and leaves, and an HR business systems manager. So that's where you see the FTE growth in the HR office over the last few years. And this is where you see the offset that Chris had mentioned earlier. This is going to be our HR budget. As you can see, the amended budget to actuals lines up pretty tight every year. In 2026, there's a big spike. Well, that spike is those transfers that our partners in finance will show a reduction in their budget, and then we have brought over work comp, other liability insurances, so that's why that spike looks a little dramatic on this slide. So this is a summary of the ISF, which is its own fund. We went self-insured and that has grown, and then as we added in dental self-insurance, it has increased slightly over those years. In 2026, you can see we've started to trend a little bit higher, amended budget to actual. So in 2026, we're planning on a little bit more increase in expenditures. Those are some things that we cannot always control if there's larger medical claims that are filed with folks that we insure, so our staff. In our HR proposed budget, you'll see the biggest change for us is going to be the services and charges. That's again those the liability work comp insurance moving over. Salaries is the salaries that pay for all of our office and our team. These benefits are different than the ISF. These are benefits that go to our employee assistance program, that go to unemployment. So there's certain types of benefits that we have that live within HR outside of the full citywide ISF. And those are our largest expenditures. And we don't generate revenue. Sorry, folks. Big accomplishments this year, 2025. So a lot of these are ongoing and some of them are nearing the finish line. Really excited about a staff engagement survey that's in the works right now that's going to be released. Very excited to share that information with leadership. Finalizing implicit bias training. This will be for all of our interview panelists. So just an awareness of how implicit bias impacts an interview process. And so that'll be a requirement for anyone participating in interviews. We're wrapping up FMLA training citywide, so that's both to inform employees of their rights and to help supervisors understand how to navigate what, frankly, if you don't know it, can be a tricky Family Medical Leave Act process. And we're rewriting all of our employee policies. The last time was in 2012, so they are long overdue. Most of this is language, getting these things to a place where people can generally understand the policies, but more importantly, are they relevant in 2026 and moving forward? So expect us to be bringing those to you in the future. And our real main focus looking forward, what are you investing in as we invest in our employees? The succession and workforce planning is everything. That's 2026's main focus. Now within a succession and workforce planning program, comes many, many pillars that help support that. So some of the things underway is procuring a performance management system that will help us keep track of how we're managing and evaluating employee performance. Along with that system, that's a tool. We're going to be rebuilding that program with our leadership team to make sure that we're highlighting and focusing on the key competencies that are required of all city employees. Also, we are launching a new supervisor series, so training to new competencies that are basically critical to making sure that folks who are leaders in our organization have the same training, learning, understanding of what our expectations are, and then they can help our employees thrive. So those all fold up under the succession and workforce planning that we have currently going and then looking forward to in 26. Thank you.
Thank you. Any council members have questions for Human Resource Manager? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Could you describe your retention program?
Yes, thank you. So one of the big pillars of our retention program is initiating this stay survey. We have data on attrition and data on turnover, and we actually haven't seen extremely high turnover. We have fairly low turnover compared to the government and public sector. That being said, it is sort of a constant. So the retention program has many of these pillars. That's really that workforce succession planning. The key areas that we're focusing on and have invested heavily in the last 2 years is the talent acquisition process. So advertising the city, making the city, making people aware of everything that we offer and the good work that you'll get to do, and making sure that we're hiring the best folks to come in and do that. Then we have to keep them. So we've revamped onboarding, we've revamped our new employee orientation, so folks have a deeper connection, not to policies, but a deeper connection to the staff, to the city manager's office. They've been great in supporting that. Another one of those pillars is the information that we will receive from our stay survey that says, how are employees feeling? What are their expectations? Not only from their direct supervisor, but with leadership in the organization. So that'll really give us a good picture of where we want to be going with that.
That sounds great. And also connection to community is very important. I've had a constituent reach out to me about applying for jobs at the city without success, an IT expert, and lives here, loves living here.
Yeah.
So, encouraging people who live here to work at the city also helps with retention, I think.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. So does the HR budget, does that include the people that are under the city manager in his office?
No, all the benefits, of course, that they have for their benefit packages, but those all fall under the administrative and city manager's office budget.
Okay, all right. Just curious. And then on slide 5, 6, I'm sorry.
The benefits ISF?
Oh, maybe, you know what? I was reading the title wrong on, well, actually, I'll go ahead and ask some questions about it. So what's the difference between amended budget and actuals for the years shown?
Yeah, thank you. So our amended budget is the budget that we have set forth. The actuals is what we end up incurring. And so you'll see some years in 23 was a very, very low claim year. Those fluctuate, and we got hit in 2024. It happened to be a very high claim year. We have insurance that caps that, so we don't take too much of a hit on an individual high cost claim. So we have some measures in there to protect against that. It's called stop loss insurance, but and you see we're trending a little bit higher this year as well, so that's why the marked increase in 2026.
Oh, okay, I see. All right, so the actual then depends on what happens during that year, and the amended is just simply anticipated or what you're projecting. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. Actually, I have a question on the preliminary budget. I know we didn't get a chance to ask questions there. So I don't know if you want to come back, if that's okay, Mayor?
Yes, let's finish this first. Is there any council member have questions for this end? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Can we restart the time? Thank you. So just a quick question on the preliminary budget. A couple things I need clarification on. The first is you mentioned the chart where we're saying our expenditures are they're crossing, right? So anytime the expenditures and actuals and income are crossing, that's not necessarily a good thing, correct?
That is not ideal, correct?
And it's on slide 15. And I think this is important for us to notice. I want to pause here because I don't know if you could put that slide up. It's slide 15 on your chart. Is that over the last number of years, as we continue to increase our services to the city or do new ideas or new things, it costs money. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And then if it costs us something and we don't replace with some revenue, we're gonna have a deficit, which we already projected to have a $2.8 million deficit. Is that what I heard?
That is correct.
The other thing that I'm concerned about, and I'd love us to unpack this for a second around our use tax, our use fees. I think it's on slide, our use tax on slide 8. Anytime I see negative percentage for the last, let's say, 4 years, right, with the anomaly of 2021, I think that's considered a trend. Is that correct?
I would say so.
And if we have a negative trend, and help me understand this, and this might be Jeff's conversation, Jeff Brown, sorry, pull you up, but we have a lot of greenfield versus infield, right? And so if you mentioned we're decreasing the number of permits in an area that's greenfield, is that a good thing?
Jeff would probably speak on that better, but just from my general knowledge of community development, I would say no, that's not a good thing to churn out less permits.
To turn out less permits in a greenfield. So greenfield, can someone explain what greenfield means so we all are on the same page?
So very simply, it is unimproved, undeveloped, requiring some form of infrastructure, either vertical or horizontal, for it to have a different physical state. So it's literally a green field of dirt or land.
Okay, and so I wanted to pause here because I'm concerned, because when we think about the overall ecosystem, right, if we as a city, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is an assumption, if we as a city are showing less permits over the last 5 years, and yet we're still trying to attract commercial retail and sit-down restaurants, there's a conflict there, I would assume, right? If I'm I don't want to say a name of a restaurant, but if I'm a restaurant who wants to build 4 walls, a roof, and a parking lot, and they see us essentially having less customers than we had before, is that going to be a challenge for us across our city?
So from an economic development perspective, when we have a type of industry such as restaurants, retail, specialty restaurants, right? They're looking at a number of different factors. They're looking at what their operating costs are in comparison to their annualized sales data. Obviously, annualized sales data is based off of the amount of population and/or associated passerby traffic that they're able to collect. And if they're unable to stabilize, then it's a concern of entering into that market. Then it's a concern of landowners or property owners or landlords making themselves available because the health ratio for that use is impacted. So having not a population that is stable or that is growing at a respectable rate can have long-term financial implications on a city.
And it could create some fear, and I mean, that's a big risk to say I'm gonna build out commercial retail in a space that has greenfield, but we are not approving any, or where there's a decrease, I won't say not approving, but there's a decrease in permits in a city that has greenfield land. I mean, that's kind of a challenge.
We have had conversations with industries that are of small or large that have asked for what has been the development build out of our city with respect to developments and the rate of that. And they have made decisions of not entertaining our city because we've not seen a stabilized growth within permits and permit issuance. So it is a real effect. It's not the only thing. Obviously, there's other market aspects that come into play or conditions that come into play, but that is a component of the conversation.
Thank you, and I just wanted to pause on those slides because I wanted to get understanding, check for understanding. I have some more questions later on.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad he brought us back to you because I had questions about the slides also.
Absolutely.
Revenue and expenditures. There has been a 60% increase in expenditures over the past 5 years. 60%. What could you attribute that to?
It starts with staff. Expanding the staff as we had over
Right.
those is the main driver, I would say.
Okay. That's
Also
what I was-
increases the services and adding, service levels for the major departments as well.
Right. Thank you. That's what I was thinking. And could you go back to the other slide that my colleague had requested? Oh, the use tax.
Oh, yes.
I think, was it use tax? Oh, yeah, okay, that. So at the same time, I mean, when we're looking at revenues and expenditures, we also had to give $10 million back in impact fees to builders over the past year or so from the city because they were inadvertently charged and shouldn't have been charged. So we might have spent that money thinking that we were going to have it. So it could be worse. It could actually be worse than it's appearing on this screen right now because there was money that came in but then went back out the door. And now we're looking at impact fees again as to whether to reduce them. And I'm not opposed to reducing them. I do think they should be phased in. But it's kind of a mixed bag when I look at these numbers based upon the knowledge I have about what's been happening.
Can I get a point of information?
If I may, because I think it's important, because there is a distinction and a difference between use tax and impact fees. Impact fees are only applicable and can be used for identified and designated types of capital infrastructure, cannot be used for operation and maintenance, and cannot be used for personnel. Use tax has a broad application in which it can be used for, sales and use tax can be used broadly for personnel, non-personnel related capital outlay as it pertains to infrastructure such as vehicles, computers, things of the sort. We have traditionally transferred from our use tax into our CIP to mitigate what we've not collected or to bridge the difference of enhancements or additional projects and what we've identified on what we want to carry forward. But predominantly the use tax and the general and our sales and use tax is being used for those day-to-day operations and the growth of those operations that we've seen over the course of the last 5 years. I mean, we have added a significant number of employees as well as operations.
I completely agree. And we were talking about use tax in terms of construction and paying. When you buy materials for construction, then that goes into our use tax pile. So if there's a reason why it could contribute to people not necessarily building because they had questions about charges that they had incurred that they really didn't necessarily need to incur. So there's a lot of elements that go into these various slides. And I think it's important to also figure out then, how do we make up the difference? And there could be many ways of doing that. And also, how do we reduce expenditures, not necessarily increasing revenues? Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Looking at this use tax slide, what's the normal level? Was, 2019, 2020, the normal use tax level, and then 2021 and 22 an anomaly? Why did those increase so much, right? Because 68% increase is in 21, right, during COVID. And, correct me if I'm wrong, but use tax is anything that businesses are buying outside of Commerce City and using within their business, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the big factors in that is that was a substantial year for audit revenue. So we were just shy of $12 million. Now that full 12 million was not just specifically use tax, but a good portion of it. So that was one anomaly that happened in 2021 that you don't see in the other years. There's always tax revenue, but it hasn't been at that level since 2021.
So are we not auditing at the same levels, or, because, use taxes are complicated, right? And most people don't know about it. So if you got small businesses or what have you, they're not the best at tracking, everything that they bought outside of Commerce City and, used throughout the course of their business that year.
Mm-hmm.
So is this an audit function that we haven't been auditing as many businesses, or what's driving the decrease then from those higher numbers?
We're still auditing. I mean, our audit team is the same size it always has been. I mean, there are many factors that go into an audit, the type of industry, if they have done, significant, remodel or renovation projects, et cetera. It also depends on the type of businesses that get audited in that given year. So there's many factors, and, we certainly could provide some follow-up information about that. But, the city council just approved the transfer of just shy of 5 million, which was the 2024 audit revenue to go into the PD substation project. And that has happened for the last couple of years, and that number has been just under that $5 million mark. To show you kind of in reference to what that $12 million was in that year. But there's many factors that go into what the total number for audit revenue is going to be. But it certainly isn't for lack of auditing. I will tell you, I don't know the percentage now, but for many years, even though we had a full team of auditors, we were still only auditing less than 5% of the businesses, even with a team of 8, 10 auditors,
So if it's not audit, is this due to, you just mentioned that one of the drivers is large projects and building that's going on or remodels, whatever, they might have going on that year. Are we seeing less of that in recent years?
Yes. Yes, sir, we have. We're not seeing as large build-out of developments. I would say across 2021 and 2022, we at least across those 2 years saw construction of new transportation, distribution, logistics in the scale and the size between 250,000 to 600,000. I think our last largest project was Performance Food Groups on 96th Avenue. We may see that as well this year with the project off of the trucking terminal project off of 104th and Havana. But I would say in the main, some of our existing industrial areas are nearly complete and built out, being your Nexus North, DI North, Nexus North, and your DI Tech Center. Outside of one potential project, and some of our others in our core city have also built out. So, and our residential, we've not, like I said, seen on mass or on scale like we saw in those two anomalous years, and we've seen decreases year over year.
So residential, when a new home gets built, is also paying these use taxes?
Correct.
And is there anything that we can do to help spur that?
I think you all are trying to take the necessary steps. You started that last Monday, talking about growth in the Northern Range. The Northern Range is a significant amount of greenfield development. When you think about our urban growth boundaries in the Northern Range, you have the similar landmass area of North Glen and Brighton compared for continued build out. So there's opportunity and there's ways to be able to approach that. And your first step is having that conversation with the development community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I had a question here. So right now in our pipeline, as far as infrastructure being built, is that around $181 million this year so far?
Are we talking about the CIP program?
No. I'm talking about infrastructure being built from companies that have decided to stay here in Commerce City, decide to expand.
The full valuation I don't have in front of me. I know Garrett could speak to that later, probably a little better,
Okay.
if you're talking about the economic opportunities.
Yeah, well, I've just read that just clarifying from what I read
Okay.
from the city. And then, in the past, when homes are built in the Northern Range, because of the Metro District, the city only receives, end up costing the city money for those homes being built after they're built. Is that correct?
It kind of depends on how you look at it, because if you're building a home, we don't make the money back on the home. The idea is you fill the home, and then the sales tax kind of replaces the use tax by the people being there.
Right, no, I understand that, but it comes to operation and maintenance.
Yeah.
We, tax-wise, because our mill levy is so low, we receive just a little over $100 per household.
Oh,
Is that
for
right?
property tax, absolutely, yeah.
And then as far as anomaly goes, was 2021 also the year for Wayfinder or
Wayfair.
yeah, Wayfair taxes?
I thought that was 2018.
I think it was before 21.
Yeah, it was into 21, correct.
It was 21?
I believe so. Yep, 20 to 21.
Okay. Yeah, that was a big jump. Because looking at the page 18 and 19, the 2K revenue, it still is holding tight. There's a surplus of $2.25 million, when the non-2K dollars, we're in deficit of $5 million. So if you put that, minus that with the non-2K, we're losing money.
Correct.
So that is a challenge. I mean, I understand about we want more growth and everything. We're not saying we can't stop it, because some of these PUDs have been approved, just not the developers going forward building those. And yes, when they build, we do get sales and use tax. That does help. And then the jump as far as the budget exceeding due to what we have to, what expected as far as our operation, what level we want to see, contributes to the employment as well. Okay. All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you have another question?
I'm sorry, I haven't heard what the discussion has been about the impacts of economic decisions that are occurring in Washington, D.C., and how that is affecting us downstream, whether it's tariffs or other things that might be influencing businesses' decisions to expand or build. Has the staff been having those discussions?
Generally speaking, yes. It depends on what I would say. So generally speaking, the decisions around tariffs is dependent upon whether the potential end user or end user that is seeking to make a site selection is willing to share. We've been made aware of the economic conditions that have been nationwide that affected one potential user looking at coming into Tacoma City. I would say, generally speaking, we haven't heard globally that that's been a negative effect to our potential attraction or retention. I think the incentives that we're able to provide, but also the leveraging of enterprise or opportunity zones helps to create some stabilization about relocation, expansion, or new construction as they grow their business. But I would say when we think about the impacts of the economic decisions from the federal government, those are more in alignment with the potential impacts that we receive in funding outside of the city or external sources and uses for grants, for infrastructure projects, whether it's HSIP, HUDIF, whether it is a direct contribution from the Department of Transportation on a RAISE grant. There are stronger implications per se with that than it is within the economic conditions that we're seeing about commercial activity or that level of employment activity coming into the city.
Mayor Pro Tem, you good?
Nothing more.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes, you have another question?
I do. Thank you, and thanks for leaving this slide up. And something that I think our Mayor Pro Tem said earlier, I agree with, that there is two philosophies for balancing a budget. One is looking at providing more revenue, and the other one is looking at cuts. And as we look at going into 2026, it looks like we're negative 2.8 million already projected. That's projected before even the conversations around like tariffs and some other external factors. So we're projecting, and I agree with that discussion around we need to have what downstream looks like. But I guess my question here is now we're going to have to be at a pivot point where we're going to have a real discussion on what philosophy we're going to move forward with as a city. And I'm curious, is this when do we want to have that discussion about the budget, the factual budget of $2.8 million deficit? Is that the third, is this after, sorry, go ahead.
No. It's a great question. I think you can have that as well tonight, and that feeds itself all the way through the budget workshop. I think that difference that you see about that one 142 versus 139. That number, that difference actually correlates to another discussion that's on your agenda tonight, which is in respect to the remodel to be able to address some of the operational changes and needs and the growth of certain departments. So that's where you actually see that potential delta of that 2.8. So, right, that's an unexpected appropriation needed to continue to address some of the needs or some of the operational increases. But I think, you know, you heard me say it last week, is that as we continue to add new ideas, as we continue to expand operations, as we continue to do things new, we're adding something that's diluting to the existing economics of what we're achieving and trying to accomplish for the community. And we have to be thinking about, well, yes, we can look at cuts, and I think some of the things that we will be pushing towards you with vacancy savings and really thinking about the size of our fleet to help balance that budget will be coming in your next presentation. But at the same time, I'll probably keep saying this till I'm blue in the face. You know, we had budgeted for 2025 $4.5 million for refuse. We are going to be going to around 6.1 million for refuse
For trash, yeah.
in 2026 with a 4% escalator year over year.
Yeah.
You know, that is, we are the only community outside of Greenwood Village that is offering that to the community. I'm not saying that you need to make that a holistic change from what we do, but even if you gave a percentage of that back to us, it helps to closing certain gaps. And there's other methods that we can approach as well. And I think generally speaking, I know the community would love for us to be everything to them all the time, but we also have to prioritize and we have to be strategic. And the long-term financial plan will be an incredible tool and data analytic information to share with you all as council to help think about that balance so that we avoid structural imbalance year over year. That can lead to a place where we do have to have furloughs and other cuts. But I think there's other things that we can do in the interim that could address that as well.
No, I appreciate that, and I put that because there's a real discussion that we have to have that's going to impact our city, and I bring it up, and I want to pause here because the if this happens, this not happens, or this is the fault of this person and this in the past, it doesn't skirt the fact that we're going to have a discussion around how we move forward as a city, and that's coming up pretty quick in 2.8 million deficit. I struggle with not looking at opportunities for increasing revenue. I think we need to look at opportunities to increase revenue, especially when we think about the greenfield space ran, knowing that infill space is harder in terms of more cost expensive to expand. But I'm also open, and I want to have this discussion with my colleagues about what else. Getting back to the basics is something that I heard Councilmember Ford continuously say. And this might be that call for us to say, how do we get back to the basics so that we don't expand this deficit over the next 3 to 4 years? But thanks.
All right, we can go ahead and continue because we have we're only on page 22.
Yeah, we got a lot. I'm going to pass it off right now to our wonderful Deputy Director of Finance, Valerie Price, who is sitting in for Teresa, who can't be here today.
Thank you.
Good evening. As Chris said, my name is Valerie, and I'm filling in for Teresa tonight to give you an overview about our finance department. The divisions of the department include internal services, financial planning and budgeting, tax, and procurement. Our key responsibilities include leading the annual budget and financial audit processes, preparing the annual comprehensive financial report, managing the city's investments and debt issuances, collecting and administering sales and use tax, and also supporting the citywide grant and procurement efforts. On this slide, you can see our FTE count has been pretty stable. In 2026, it does go up a couple employees. This is the new procurement division that has already been established. This slide shows our budgeted and actual expenditures from 2020 to now. As you've heard prior to, from both Carlton and Chris, you can see a reduction in 2023 in our budget of about 4.8 million. This was due to the creation of the new internal service fund for our benefits. That's for the self-funded health insurance plans. Those were previously paid out of finance, and now they're in the internal service benefits fund. There's also a decrease proposed in 2026 as we transition some of the other internal services costs to HR and the city clerk. This slide is just an overview of our 2026 proposed budget of a little over 8 million. Some of the finance department's major accomplishments have been, we've launched the long-term financial planning process, which will be a vital tool in future financial planning. We've recruited and hired the city's first procurement officer and established a procurement team of 3. We completed the 2024 financial audit in ACFR, receiving a clean opinion for both the financial statements and the single audit over federal audits or federal funds. And finally, we developed a new quarterly report format, which you all saw in May. Looking ahead, we plan to implement and finalize the long-term financial plan, including public engagement efforts and related to budget balancing. We're also looking to implement a new budget and ACFR Builder software that will create some efficiencies for staff, and then just continue to centralize procurement and implement the requisition to purchase order process. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Councilmember have questions? If there are questions, we're going to change that clock from 5 to 3 minutes, please. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Congratulations on controlling your costs. Very well done, especially since you're the financial department. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no others. On to community development.
Good evening, Mayor and Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem and Council.
Evening.
So the department's mission is to guide the orderly growth and development of the community and to maintain a safe, attractive, and healthy place to live, work, and play. This is kind of reflected in the department's 2 core services that we provide, both development services and community services. Our department consists of 5 divisions to carry out this mission. On the development services side, we have planning, which includes our current and long-range planning functions, as well as engineering, and then building safety. On our community services side, we have code enforcement, community development block grant administration, and other community programs, such as the ACT programs on home repair and snow angels. For the 2026 budget, our current draft envisions 56 full-time employees. A lot of the deviation over the years kind of has to do with all the reorganization of functions within and outside of the department. So in 2024, engineering joined the Department from Public Works. In 2025, both the Housing Authority and Community Wellbeing were moved outside of the department. And then in 2026, we're adding a housing planner that is primarily funded through a state grant that we've received. So our budget has fluctuated primarily due to the addition of these functions. So the addition of community well-being, housing, and engineering, and then taking those functions out of the department over the past couple of years. In 2024, our funding was significantly increased by about $4 million due to ARPA funds being assigned to our department. That had carried over in 2025 as well. And so the reduction you see between 2025 and 2026 is primarily due to the ARPA funds being accounted for elsewhere in the city budget. They also, in 2025 and 2026, are the first years that the Housing Authority and Community Wellbeing are not in the budget as well. So in 2026, our proposed budget is $9.1 million, which is a slight increase from 2025 if you take into account the removal of the ARPA funds. Those increases are primarily due to salaries and benefits. taking a closer look at our 2026 budget, the major changes in our budget were proposed to reallocate existing budgets across the department with 3 larger goals in mind. The first was to create a centralized purchasing budget for our supplies and internal services, as opposed to distributing them across the 5 divisions. The second priority was to fund community service programs and code programs that were stood up over the past few years, but not allocated a specific budget. That includes a dedicated budget for snow angels, a budget for our abatement services contracts and towing contracts, and a small increase in our graffiti removal program. The third thing that we tried to accomplish was providing a professional services budget for our long-range planning initiatives. So for next year, that includes the implementation of our land development code, with a lot of outreach associated with that, the rezoning of that, the legislative rezoning project, which you'll hear about tomorrow night, and our housing action plan. A lot of the budget is in the services and charges, but most of that is the internal services that Chris talked about earlier. Of that, only about $550,000 is actually associated with our core work in the department. So looking at forward across this year's accomplishments and next year's accomplishments, we have 2 big initiatives that are still in progress. But we will hope to wrap them up by the end of the year. The first one is the adoption of the new land development code, and also is the completion of our housing needs assessment. And this housing needs assessment is a first step in understanding what gaps we have in the community about different housing types at different price points. That will be followed up next year with our housing action plan, which will be geared towards understanding key strategies and programmatic aspects that we need to employ to actually get the housing supply that is needed within the community. In addition, this year we also did our first day of service program, which was a citywide effort to do some corridor cleanup within the community. We also stood up 2 ACT programs, one regarding housing rehabilitation, and then the other regarding code compliance support. Looking forward to next year, our big projects are. Well, actually, let me go back to 2025. We also had a big move, and that move was pretty impactful and a pretty important change in the department. And as part of that move, we took the opportunity to completely digitize all of our records. We went back decades and completely scanned and digitized all our old permitting and plan review and code enforcement records. So that was a big accomplishment from our team. So in 2026, we have the legislative rezoning, which is an implementation effort of the LDC rewrite. In addition to that is finalizing our engineering standards and specs update. We have the housing action plan. And then we have some community programs that we want to try to execute on as well. So that's all I have for my presentation. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the chief.
Great, thank you.
Doesn't mean that you're free tonight, but just.
I understand.
Just for now.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I'm Chief Guadagnola over the Police Department, our public safety. We have 6 divisions, and ultimately we exist to try to make Commerce City a safer place. This slide represents our FTE history. You can see since 2023 to now, we're up about 14 positions. I'll point out that 10 of those are non-sworn positions. 2 of those were sergeant's positions that we asked for because we knew we were going to be needing to reorganize. That reorganization took place earlier this year. The other 2 were canine officers, which have also come online this year. From 25 to 26, the difference in 3 positions. We do have grant funding right now for 2 mental health clinicians and a case manager for our co-responder program. So those would be looked to be rolled into our budget to not have to rely on grant funding for those moving forward. Our expenses compared to actuals here, you can see we're right about halfway through the year. And a little ahead, but some of our bigger expenses come at the first part of the year, so that's not unusual. The primary driver between the 2025 and 2026 budget is increased employee cost. As I mentioned, we put on 14 employees. And one of the things that the police department has really struggled with in the past is hiring officers, and we continue to make progress in that regard, but we continue to be not staffed where we should be. And one of the discussions that I've had with city manager's office is how to use that vacancy savings wisely. And the city manager has worked with me and put together a group, including myself, finance and HR, to look at those vacancy savings and come up with a hiring strategy that will work for what we're trying to accomplish now. And what we're really trying to accomplish moving forward is impacting the community engagement time that our officers have out on the road. They are very busy. We look back at a staff study in 2022 from IACP. That engagement number was about 12.5% of their time. IACP recommends that number be between 30 and 40%. So a lot of what we're doing is geared to try to increase that number. Part of this is our real-time crime center that will come online in the end of the year, our Drone as First Responder program that we just stood up. Chula Vista, California stood up a similar program, and they experienced a 23% decrease in calls for service that an officer had to respond to in person. So that would greatly increase our community engagement time. So we're trying to find creative ways and strategies to not to tie up funds that are allocated by X number of vacant officer positions, and be able to be really nimble and use those in ways moving forward that will help us proactively impact that community engagement time. This is just a breakdown of our budget by category. A couple of accomplishments this year. We've updated our citywide emergency operations plan. I think you're all aware we stood back up our K-9 program. We now have 2 dogs in service. We've started our Drone as First Responder program. I think it's formally the first one active in the state. And we're working toward our national accreditation through CALIA. When we first started the national accreditation process, I anticipated it would be 27, maybe 2026 before we were there, but we've been working very hard, and knock on wood, we've got over every hurdle with one left. Next month, we will have on-site accreditation people from CALIA in our building looking at how we do things, and provided that all goes well, we will become one of the 5% nationally accredited law enforcement agencies in the country this November. Looking toward 2026, our DFR program will be integrated into our real-time crime center. We'd like to look at expanding the hours of our DFR and real-time crime center, as well as expanding our K-9. We want to continue to leverage technology to provide the highest level of public safety possible. And as I mentioned, we're looking at refining our hiring practices to allow for rapid response to evolving public safety needs, aligning staff needs with leading practices to achieve the highest service delivery possible. So with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Chief. We had asked to have a report upcoming about crime rate and that kind of thing. Is that going to be happening here soon as well?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that is on your calendar in September, and I am
September
working on it.
15th.
September 15th.
Okay, great. And I think that the issue for people is when they don't see an officer arrive, either in a timely fashion or at all, and their frustration level. And how do we explain that and balance it with a $36 million, $40 million budget?
You are 100% correct with that. You guys allowed us to purchase last year a software piece called Power Engage, which is a community survey program and community engagement program. We have been using that, and I will touch on this in September as well. We consistently get about a 30% response rate to the surveys that we send, and essentially what happens so many hours after an officer has an interaction with a community member, provided they called from a cellular phone, much like you would get an inquiry from Amazon or something else. Hey, how was your service with Commerce City PD? So about 30% of the people who get that respond. 70% of our feedback is typically, and it does vary, 70% of our feedback is characterized by the AI as positive, and you can see out in the lobby here as well as in our briefing room, we have feedback boards for Power Engage, and those are the boards that quote people and who was on the call and what they said, and we regularly look at when people are not satisfied, what is the reason? And one of the comments is they didn't show up. They didn't talk to me. So that is something that we're taking that. We're actively working on that. We constantly talk to our folks about the need to get back in front of whoever is calling for the police service, even if we had a little bit of a delay. Because you're right, if they don't see an officer in the area, they're assuming that the officer didn't come by. But by having an officer close the loop, even telling whoever's calling, you know what, I was in the area, I didn't see anything, but I was here. If something else happens, give me a call back. All of those negative scores are eliminated. And I would say probably 15 to maybe even 20% of that negative feedback is directly correlated to not closing the loop or this perception that we didn't show up or didn't come by. And that's simply something that we need to shore up operationally.
And I did get that survey, and I didn't respond because the officer was really nice, but he called an hour after I made my report. So that's all I'm trying to figure out. How do we justify $40 million?
Right, and to that end, I think that is a separate issue, the response times. Response times are correlated generally to community engagement time. And so when we look at how IACP recommends police departments be structured, it's a third community engagement time, a third administrative time, and a third dedicated calls for service response time, essentially. So when we look at 12.5% of our time being all that was available in 2022 for engagement time, I would submit that a lot of the hours of that time that was available would be very early in the morning or very late at night when people don't really want to engage, but it's that engagement time and the ability to engage with your community that reflects officers available, ready to respond to calls for service, and that is what drives down the response times. So when we look at hiring strategies to proactively impact that community engagement time, that has a reflection upon some of those wait times and response times.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Chief. I have a couple of questions. The first one is there's a proposed satellite station that I believe we've had it under lease for quite a while. Does that type of thing come out of your budget, or does that come from somewhere else?
I'm sorry, are you referring to the station at 104th and Highway 2?
Yes.
That's in the facilities budget.
Facilities budget. Okay, thank you. And then when someone is ticketed and fined, where does that money go?
That goes to the general fund. I'll back this up just a couple. You can see our revenues are 1.5 million. Contrary to a lot of myths out there, we don't write tickets to generate revenue. In fact, a portion of this revenue is from the red light ticket there, the Vera Mobility, the photo red light. But the big driver of this revenue is from the off-duty employment that our officers do. So when Dick's Sporting Goods hires us to work different events or other off-duty employment, all of that money, when they pay that to the city, that goes back into the general fund.
Oh, okay. All right. And even that it goes into the general fund, we heard from a constituent earlier that people are frustrated that the violators are just getting warnings. And so I would really encourage to start finding people who are violating the law, especially when it's negatively impacting other citizens. So thank you for the presentation.
Councilmember Ford.
Hey, Chief, thank you. I want to first start out by saying, I think you and your department are doing a great job. I have heard nothing but positives, except on Monday nights. We have one young lady that likes to come in here and say that we're not doing anything. And because that happened again tonight, I would like to give you the opportunity to tell us what you are doing, what we've been expending in funds and effort, personnel, to try to rectify this particular young lady's concerns.
Well, I appreciate that. I will say we have made some very active efforts in the Adams Heights area, not only with commercial motor vehicle enforcement, but directed patrol. I have looked at response times. Overall, response times in Adams Heights are generally better than they are anywhere else in the city or in most places in the city. We did devote one of our former division chiefs and a team of his folks. We devoted a team to try and drill down and root out some of the source of the issues. And, I guess one thing I will point out is I'm happy to hear that it's not always trucks. For a long time when I first started here, it was trucks. And now sometimes it's trucks, sometimes it's we'll get calls for stray cats or stray dogs or somebody with a sign in the median. We go out there very frequently. But I do recall one of the residents of Adams Heights some months ago being in here and saying, we had a crazy guy shooting a gun out the window of a van. And he sang praises of Commerce City PD because we got there quickly. We apprehended him and we resolved the situation. And while I wish we had the manpower to respond like that to every type of call for service, we simply don't. On September 15th, you'll hear a little bit more about the flock system. It is keeping us busy as I anticipated it would be, some of our other efforts. But ultimately, we look at prioritizing calls and we do the best we can at any given time. To say that we're not doing anything, I would say is just, from my perspective, categorically untrue. We have devoted a great deal of time and energy.
I'm running out of time, but I think you guys have done a great job, and I know you have responded to this person, and we have 75,000 people that live in this community, and they all deserve the same type of treatment. So I just want to make sure that we're doing what we can for all in our community. And I see the reports of all the good things you're doing, the bad guys you're stopping, but keep up the good work and please reach out to that young lady and try to continue to have conversations. I know it's difficult, but our residents at home got to see her concerns. I wanted them to hear your response. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
All right, well, next up in the parade of directors is Jenna Hahn from Public Works.
Chief, Councilmember Kim.
Just for the record, I just want to say Miss Joanna Smalls is the greatest, and the fact that you have her as a PIO, I would hope that you guys keep her forever. I love her responses online. I love how the videos that she does. Appreciate that 100% to include the CCPD, all the officers that are out there, day in, day out, try to make this community a safe and better place. That is all. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Chief.
Now it's Jenna Hahn.
All right, Ms. Jenna Hahn.
Evening, City Council. So just a very quick high-level overview of our Public Works Department. We do have multiple different divisions that you all got to hear about during our Public Works Week proclamation, but we have an administrative team, we have a street and traffic maintenance team, we have our engineering team, which comprises both traffic engineering as well as our capital investment program engineers. We have our park maintenance team. We have a refuse collection line item in the budget that funds the citywide refuge program, and we also have our 2 fleet and facilities accounts. New this year, we also have the custodial services program. So some of our key responsibilities include planning and managing the city's transportation network, which is over 260 miles of streets, bridges, traffic signals, etc. Our park and maintenance team is responsible for taking care of 840 acres of our parks and open space. And of course, we also take care of our stormwater systems, our capital investment programs, street sweeping, etc. So the Public Works Division does house 2 of our ISF divisions, being fleet and facilities. Our facilities account is calculated based on the square footage of our facilities, and fleet is based on the number of vehicles and associated costs. Those 2 divisions provide internal services to our other city departments, such as maintaining our city facilities, procuring and taking care of our fleet vehicles. So our department's number of full-time employees has remained fairly consistent over the years, signalizing our efficient operations and effective use of staff despite our ever-growing list of department obligations. Now, there was a pretty large jump from 2022 to 2023, which is a reflection of our need to increase our park maintenance staff in response to our new parks being constructed throughout the city. As was the case for the number of full-time employees, our budget has also remained fairly steady. The increases you see were made to accommodate the increase in cost associated with our citywide refuse contract, on-call and snow salaries, and in response to damaged streetlights throughout the city. Our change in operational costs for 2025 fleet reflects the shift from leasing to purchasing our vehicles, which we discussed with City Council earlier this year, and to account for council action for new police and street maintenance vehicles. The Facilities Fund, too, has remained constant throughout the years, and I do want to point out that the 2026 budget you see here does not yet include our costs for the before-mentioned custodial services program. So looking at our 2026 proposed budget, we're requesting $25.5 million for the services outlined in the table, which reflects the services mentioned in our divisions earlier in this presentation. In 2026, we're really focusing on going back to the basics to make sure we're delivering the services that we already promise our citizens. Here's our breakdown for 2026 fleet, as well as our breakdown for 2026 facilities. So looking at our 2025 accomplishments, I am proud to say that we began construction on multiple large-scale CIP projects, including 96th Avenue widening, 88th Avenue widening, underground efforts to prepare for the Rosemary widening project, Potomac Bridge reconstruction, and others. We also launched our in-house custodial services program on June 1st. And looking ahead to Q3 and Q4 of this year, we'll be adopting 2 critical long-range planning documents, being our Transportation Master Plan and our Safety Action Plan. SAP will come to you in September, and TMP will be later this year. So for 2026, we're focusing on enhancing operational excellence, which to me means focusing on proactive maintenance and existing services, as well as the creation of improved operating procedures. Advance safe and resilient transportation network through data-driven engineering decisions and by following the recommendations that will come out of our Transportation Master Plan, as well as a Safety Action Plan. And finally, we're going to continue to expand asset management capacity by investing in new technology, which will help us predict road conditions, track speed data, and enhance overall project management. Any questions?
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. In your plan, I think, would you have like 280 miles of roads, I guess? And we have talked about it here. How do these roads get repaved? So I think it came up in my area, and so I drove all the streets of original Reunion. I call it original Reunion, the Reunion that was built in 2022. I drove all the streets, and all of them show the rocks gone and the pavement left. I don't know how it works. The rocks are gone, but the asphalt is still there for multiple patches. I know in the almost 14 years we've lived on our street, we haven't had it repaved, cracked though. And I know that Councilmember Teeter has talked about areas in his ward as well where this has been a problem. So is that factored into this budget, how these roads are going to start some sort of process to get repaved?
Yeah, great question. So 2-part answer, and I'll be brief because I know we don't have a lot of time, but in general.
Oh, no, you're very important. Public safety is very high on our list.
Well, thank you. I think so
I mean,
too.
not public safety, public works. Public safety is too, don't get me wrong.
So preventative maintenance is housed under our capital investment program fund, which we talked a little bit about a couple meetings ago, and then we'll dive into more details on later down the road. But programs such as mill and overlay, which would be the program you're referencing in your area, does fall under CIP. Now, I did mention the utilization of technology to help us plan our road maintenance programs for the future. Right now, it's my engineers and I sitting in a room doing our absolute best to see how far we can stretch our money and what areas are in the most need. But by utilizing some AI technology that we're currently exploring, we'll be able to have a software that recommends which road treatments we do and when based on pavement condition index. And I know it doesn't always feel like there's a lot of road work happening, but the crack repair program, for example, and right now we're looking at fixing 700 cracks just under the existing scope of work, and then we'll be bringing an additional scope of work down the line. So we're constantly adding a new program in that area as the budget allows. But again, that is CIP funding.
Thank you, and that's a huge department you have taken over, so congratulations on
Thank you,
that
ma'am.
for sure. So if it's CIP, then we need to have that as a line in CIP projects every single year that never disappears. It needs to be there all the time if that's the only place we have to get money for.
And rest assured, it is there. And, our in-house streets team can take on, pothole filling, crack filling as needed, but that large scale work is handled in CIP. And yes, there are line items for those every year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
More of a statement than a question. I trust the fact that with the work that you guys are attempting to do, especially trying to, as you mentioned, stretch that dollar out forward for the next year, I appreciate that. I'm assuming we'll probably see something come back in the future to see what that may look like just as a high level. But at the end of the day, I just want to say that, very happy that you are the Director of Public Works. Obviously, you have over 300 plus employees that fall under your helm that they trust. And
A little smaller than that,
Okay.
but thank you.
Okay, 299, whatever the case is. I'm just saying, I just want to say that I just want to publicly state that, I really appreciate everything you have done, all the communication you provide, especially through Access C3, as far as with the stuff that I put into. So thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing what's going to come next year, especially being as now officially a Director for Public Works.
Thank you. My dad's listening, so thanks for saying that.
Well, hi, Dad.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Pass the baton now to Chad Redditt.
Councilmember
I'm
Douglas
sorry.
has a question.
I just wanted to say congratulations as well, and thank you for the 2025 accomplishments, especially the second one of launching an in-house custodial services program, because that quest was started 4 years ago, and to see it actually come to fruition really, it makes me happy. So I don't know about everybody else, but to see that actually happen, I want to say thank you and congratulations. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. The team did a wonderful job on that program, so we appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate your efforts.
My pleasure.
And City Manager Rogers, I know you have everything on this budget here. Is there a preliminary session number 2? Can this be split up? Because, I'm sure folks have a lot of questions, and I have questions, but I'm going to wait because this is going to be repeated in another month, correct?
So we have slated 2 additional preliminary budget discussions. So if there's outstanding questions that the council would like for us to try to bring back, obviously there's lead time that we need. But, we will be presenting information to you all on the 11th, for instance, to talk about budget enhancements, requests above the base budget to address additional needs for operations, resources, and/or growing wants in the community.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, on this AI stuff, on the resurfacing the roads, Is it going to go back and figure how long it took, or how long the road lasted the last time it was resurfaced until the date? And how's that going to work?
Yeah, once we have that program launched, we'll have a little more sophisticated data tracking, but it's really designed to help us plan our preventative maintenance. You know, right now we rely a lot on CDOT and our own internal engineers for PCI, and while they are certainly experts, they don't have the capacity to plan PCI as their full-time job. So this will simply enhance it and free their time up to do some other projects for us.
Yeah, because I'm thinking we're about a year behind. It just, we need to resurface sooner than what we're doing right now, because, I mean, it gets to a point to where everybody's calling and complaining, and it's tearing up cars and from the potholes and stuff, and it happens so quick. I mean, 6 months earlier, the road wasn't that bad, but when it got, when they get bad quick.
Well, I can also add that we're exploring new road treatment options to help preserve the longevity of our roads, but more to come on that.
Yeah, and especially in areas like where UPS is at, for example. I mean, they get so much truck traffic and stuff going in and out of there, that road's gonna need to be repaired quicker than a road that, doesn't have any truck traffic. But hopefully the AI will pick up on all that stuff.
That it will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Director Redden.
8:35. We'll take a break after this. And thank you, Chad. Before Chad starts, we set that clock to 2 minutes. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Oh, did you say Jenna? No, you didn't. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Just for the record, my dad's not listening. Good evening, everyone. Chad Redden, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Golf. Looking at our department overview, you can see our mission statement. Just to summarize that on what our staff lives by, it's really just to create community by connecting people through experiences that they can get through enrichment and wellness. You can see all the divisions that we have in our department. There's quite a few that we have that operate our Parks, Recreation, and Golf. And then some of our key responsibilities are to plan and direct inclusive recreation programs and services for our community, certainly operate all of our facilities, which include Eagle Point, Bison Ridge, Paradise Island, Pioneer Park, and our golf course and restaurant. And then on our park side, we acquire and develop our parks, and that includes our trails and open space. For our full-time history, you can see we had a jump from 22 to 23. Just to highlight some positions that were in that jump, that would be our special events coordinator that oversees our city programs that we operate, and it also included our park rangers that started during that time. We had modest growth after that. In 2024, we added a deputy director, and then in 2025, we added another ranger to our services. Our financial summary from our amended budget to actuals, you can see Parks, Recreation, and Golf pretty much stays on budget throughout. You can see in 2024 that we did have an anomaly and spent over our amended budget. Really what that comes to is in 2024, we thought the clubhouse remodel would be taking place, so we were budgeted to be closed. So that's where you see that anomaly of 1.4 million being over because we thought the restaurant would be closed. And then again, in 2025, we thought we would also be closed again for the clubhouse remodel, which we are obviously not closed this year. We are continuing to be open and are budgeted to be closed. So we could see an anomaly again in our expenditures for 2025. We'll see how it goes. Also, certainly our summer months are the busiest in Parks, Recreation, and Golf as it comes to programs with summer camp, Paradise Island and such. So we typically spend a little bit more in the summer and then to tail off as it comes into Q4 of the year. And then for 2026, you can see we are proposed at a $22 million. This is a $2 million increase from 2025. This would be primarily for salaries as it relates to full-time and part-time staff. And then we also have increases in our contract services. And as Chris Johnson mentioned, also our facility and computer allocation costs. Our 2026 budget, we are proposed just short of 6.6 million in revenues, and again, 22.6 million in expenditures, and you can see the breakdown of our expenditures there. And then moving forward with our 2025 accomplishments, we are getting ready to roll out the PRG master plan that was adopted last year in July to the public. We were waiting for the new website implementation to happen. That has happened. We have entered everything in our master plan into Invisio. We just have some accessibilities that we need to work on, and we will get that out on the website, and then we'll be able to show the residents updates as we accomplish them to our master plan. We had the splash pad and Paradise Island refurbishments that we finished on time to the public and got open. And then shortly here, we have the anticipation of Kalu Park to open to the residents. For 2026, we have the Buffalo Run Clubhouse design and the initial part of construction that we plan to start. We also will have the anticipated completion of Second Creek Farm Park that will happen. And then we also have Pioneer Park that we're looking at doing some refurbishments to the tune of 5.5 million, just to help that park a little bit, which would be new irrigation, some shelters, some playgrounds, a new nature play area that we're looking at, any new picnic area that we'll be adding to Pioneer Park. And that's it. Any questions?
Is there any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have talked to you about this offline before, and I have very mixed emotions about this city being in the golf business. Is there a way to pull out the golf course and the clubhouse revenues and expenditures? Because I want to understand what the real, if there is a drawdown on our revenues because of it, or are we having good revenues, so don't worry about it, or are the expenditures so excessive every year that it's a difficult proposition? I understand that there have been some complications, obviously, because of the delays in the project. So some tournaments you might have done, all kinds of different things didn't occur. At the same time, there was some work done on greens and fairways, and so you didn't have the same people playing who wanted to play full 18 holes either. But if there would be a way to see that next time, I would really appreciate it, because I just want an understanding of what the responsibility is for the city in terms of dollars and cents.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can break out the golf course and the restaurant and show those numbers separately. That's quite easy to do. I would say that the golf course and the restaurant have had banner years the last 2 years as it's related to numbers, revenue numbers. They've done really well. The great thing, or I guess bad thing, however you want to look at it, about not doing the remodel or having some renovation happening to the golf course that you stated as, not doing tournaments. The great thing about that is if we're not doing tournaments, it's open to the public. So we're still getting those tee times and revenue in. So it's not like we're just losing revenue, which is a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Certainly, we've had some struggles as it relates to renovations of the golf course itself, and we still have some years to get out of that. But we're progressing and things are looking positive on that note. But even with the renovations that we've done with the irrigation and drainage, and at times had some discounts in our green fees for that, we've still hit banner years with our revenues, which is fantastic. People are going out there and playing, which is a positive result.
Good. I look forward to seeing those numbers. Thank you.
Absolutely. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. With regards to Paradise Island, it appears, feels like, whatever the word you want to use, year over year, there's always an issue with regards to when it opens up because of some type of maintenance issue. Just out of curiosity, what is your guys' current reserves to help mitigate, I guess, to fund for those unexpected issues?
So I can't speak on reserves, but I can tell you some things that we've done to try to help with Paradise Island. Some of those things are purchase redundant pumps, so when pumps go down, which inevitably sort of happens over winter, right? They're sitting out there in the cold and they tend to seize up sometimes. We will go out there and oil them and keep them moving, but sometimes it just happens when you
So
go
you're
to
purchasing
physically-
extra material just in case?
Yeah,
if
we're
something
purchasing
goes
extra
down.
material, we're purchasing extra things like exchangers for the hot water heaters and the boilers to make sure. So, right, we're trying to get those extra parts and the main things that do break down, so when we go to start up, we have those parts on hand. Now, we can't have all parts on hand, that'd be a
Right.
ton of stuff, but we're trying to get those main ones to help expedite those
Your
issues.
long lead items, essentially, so you're
Correct.
not waiting like a year?
Yes, sir.
I say that, sir, anyways. All right, thank you.
City Manager Rogers.
Just to put a final point on Mr. Redden's response, we don't have a dedicated reserve, so anything that would require a significant improvement or need for repair would come out of our unassigned general fund balance or our annual city manager contingency, depending on the dollar amount. Correct.
Okay with that, Councilmember Kim? Okay. All right, thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Then we got breaks.
IT department is made up, here we go. Our IT department is made up of 5 divisions. These divisions include IT administration and operation, our public project management, IT operations, which includes infrastructure, service desk, and security, GIS, enterprise applications, and public safety support. Some of our key responsibilities include providing leadership and guidance in the selection, implementation, and use of technology across the city. We are accomplishing this through partnerships internally and externally while making sure that we maintain data security and innovation. Chris mentioned the ISF. We are part of the ISF. Our allocations go towards hardware replacement maintenance, application software support, and our department operations. As you can see, we've grown steadily over the last several years, adding positions to support the growth of the city, innovation, and the city's reliance on technology. Our financial summary has shown that we've increased our budget this year, which is aligned with the increase in salaries, benefits, operating supplies, and hardware. The IT department ISF is not part of the general fund, and our revenue is collected from all city departments, and that is shown as an increase in 2026. Some of our accomplishments include supporting the public safety team with a specific division to support their technology projects and support, recruiting and adding a number of new IT staff to support the city's growth, initiating and closing projects that had been delayed, and in 2026, we're moving towards a cloud-first model, phasing out our on-prem servers and infrastructure, expanding AI tools, and revamping our cybersecurity plan. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Council members have questions? Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I do have just a quick question on the last part about cybersecurity and AI. Can you give I guess, I don't know if you can give more details, but I'm curious to hear more of the costs associated with expanding that type of security, because as you know, there's a lot of things in the news for some cities and AI and things, or not AI, but cyber attacks themselves. But
yeah.
Can you share if that's, I guess the big question for me is, do you have enough resources in the budget currently projected to fully secure or help us as a city not be a part of that?
Sure, good question. We recently completed our cybersecurity audit. Right now, we're working with our cybersecurity analysts to understand the results of that. Yeah. And we're going to partner with a consultant to help us develop our cybersecurity plan. I anticipate from that plan, we'll have deliverables that may include additional technology that can help monitor our systems, maybe some additional consulting to help us, move our cloud our physical infrastructure to the cloud, which is a goal of ours next year. And then possibly additional FTEs in the future, but it's to be determined based on the results of that consultant's work. And then AI governance will look like a combination of efforts from city staff all getting together to talk about what our goals are with AI, making sure that we have governance and compliance efforts in place, and everything that we do with AI is secure, looking at it from a data security perspective, CGIS with the police department, and piecing that all together. So we are certainly doing a slow rollout of AI, piloting it, co-pilot the Microsoft native apps first, but AI in general will not necessarily increase costs, though tools will have a cost associated with them as they're selected. You're welcome.
Councilmember Kim.
Are there any current, and I meant to ask you this too earlier, are there any current existing regulatory frameworks that surround the use of AI technology, especially when we're talking about implementing that for next year?
Certainly, yes. CGIS, what the police department uses as their guiding for security and data security and compliance, they have introduced some recent information about how to use AI, when it should be used, what happens with the information when it is stored in the servers that the selected tool uses. So I think we have a lot more to discover, but our goal is to make sure that the HIPAA, PII, CGIS information, we're meeting the obligations of securing that data.
One last question too, with
Sure.
regards to your FTEs to include yourself, we're talking regarding cybersecurity, whether certifications that are required. Are there any is there anything within your budget that kind of helps allow for those professionals, IT professionals, to continue maintaining their SEC plus, A plus, whatever the CISSP, I guess it's, I forgot what they call it, the continuing education, CE units essentially kind of moving forward?
Absolutely. Our cybersecurity analyst is currently enrolled in the CISSP training. A number of us are taking advanced classes. So that is a goal of ours, is to continue that, and we do have a training budget within IT that supports that for each staff.
Outstanding, outstanding. You definitely need that type of certification in order to maintain currency, especially if you want to move on to something bigger and better. I'm not asking you to, I'm just saying, just, I think having that is awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. What? Oh, was he? Oh, I get it. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate your presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, legal. City Attorney.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council. 2026 budget presentation for the City Attorney's Office. Our mission statement is, as you know, we established this last year. It is hanging in the hallway. The City Attorney's Office is committed to providing high-quality legal counsel while upholding the city's foundational principles of integrity, collaboration, respect, and excellence. Speaking with one voice, we provide comprehensive, proactive legal services, solving problems creatively and fostering a climate of trust and mutual respect to meet our clients' needs. Our key responsibilities are established in 8.9 of the city charter, and you see them in the 3 bullets below. Our FTE history. We are not asking for an additional FTE this year. You can see that we have included, or we've increased our CAO team only by 2 FTEs since 2022. Between 2022 and 2023, that was for a second paralegal position. And as you know, in 2024, we decoupled the deputy city attorney position from a dedicated land use attorney position. We are good with 9 FTEs. I think we have a very strong team. As far as financial summary, you see a slight increase from our 2025 budget to 2026. That increase is roughly $217,000. That is the projection for the potential need for outside services. As you're aware, we do have some litigation with condemnation proceeding that City Council approved the use of our eminent domain authority in January, as well as outside services to assist us with the potential redevelopment of the Victory Crossing redevelopment. 2026 proposed budget, again, the increase is largely in the services and charges in the yellow, which again is the increase in the potential, right, for the need for outside counsel services. Our 2025 accomplishments, let me be clear on this. These are the ones that I thought council would be interested in because they do impact your operations. Land use trainings for council, prepared an annual city council CIRSA training, ethics code was approved by council. We've assumed all contract, resolution, and ordinance drafting responsibilities that was previously done by the respective departments. We've completed and drafted over 250 contracts this year as of June. And under our municipal prosecutor, we've reviewed and audited nearly 1,000 old warrants, handled 2,000 traffic cases, 200 criminal cases, and 118 juvenile cases. I just want to highlight the fact that this is a very small subset of the accomplishments that we've done. I think, you know, what is evident is all the accomplishments that you've heard tonight from all of the other departments have had a touch point with at least one staff attorney or myself or the deputy city attorney. So our job, right, is to help each department meet their accomplishments in a legally protective way. So we touch a majority of the things that you've seen highlighted from other departments today. And in addition to that, I do not have a 2026 goals, and that is intentional. We are unique. I think we're the unique office in that our objective is to help the rest of the city achieve its objectives, right? So we are largely very reactive to what it is, Public Works is doing, or Parks is doing, City Manager's Office, Community Development, et cetera. So with that, I will open it up to questions.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Any council members have any questions for our city attorney? Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, it says you reviewed 1,000 old warrants. What did we learn from that?
So a number of those, actually a large majority of those old warrants have just been on the books. And they needed someone to review to make sure that, one, they were either no longer warranted, pun intended there, or if there was an additional need for city focus. So that is something that our part-time municipal prosecutor took on, in large part because we had added bandwidth to assist with other things. So he had some ability to dedicate a couple of weeks of doing that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, city attorney. Okay, municipal court 2026 budget presentation. Maya, I'm not going to pronounce your last name, so I'll butcher it. Councilmember Douglas, did you have a question for the city attorney?
I didn't have a question, but I wanted to thank him for the presentation. And I want to say that no matter what your budget is, you are worth your weight in gold. We really appreciate the job that you have been doing with your department. Thank you.
Lee, did you hear that?
You missed it all.
I'm sorry, I missed that. The city manager was talking. Was there a compliment there?
Yeah, that was a compliment.
I apologize. You got me in trouble. Unbelievable. My apologies.
Well, then I'm going to make up for it because I just said no matter what your budget is, you're worth your weight in gold.
Thank you.
Your department has done an incredible job, and I just want to tell you that you are appreciated, and I wanted to acknowledge you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right.
Good evening. I'm Maya Kisnowski, and I'm the Municipal Court Administrator. We also have a very small department, short presentation. Initially, I just want to go over what our mission is and the Municipal Court Division's mission. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to not click this. There. To provide an accessible, efficient, and impartial forum for all participants in cases involving traffic and municipal ordinance violations. A couple of our key responsibilities, mainly just manage the court process and procedures and continue to promote public trust in both the justice system and our local government. And here is our small FTE history. We've only added one employee in the time that I've been here. So for the past 5 years, we added one employee, and that was last year when we hired Zoila Rodriguez to be the first municipal probation officer for the city. Great addition to our little team. And this is just a financial summary. You can see our budget's been pretty small over the years. We have had some increases in the last couple years, primarily, again, staffing. And last year, the addition of having in-person Spanish interpreters on every court day, all day available, along with language line services for other languages as needed. A couple of other things that we've seen increases in our budget this year, the judge updated our fine schedule. We did not think about the impact that that may have on our credit card fees. Now that people are paying additional monies, it's increased our credit card fees just a little bit. So our court-appointed attorney fees actually went up a little bit last year. They've been pretty steady this year, and there's really no way to predict that, whether or not we're going to need their services or not. It just depends on the year. So our 2026 proposed budget, this is just an overview. You can see our total revenues and our total expenditures. Again, the main increases in expenditures were the credit card fees and the interpreter services. The interpreter services, in-person services, that has increased our budget line there quite a bit. We do use language line as much as we can, but we do have an in-person Spanish-speaking interpreter here daily. Kind of in the process of evaluating that currently to see whether or not we need them here a full 8 hours. There's often times that they're not really being utilized, and I think that we could take advantage of language line services more frequently. We're getting better with the technology. The staff, the judge, all of us, the prosecutor, we're all getting better with the technology and moving people via video or via phone on language line between the prosecutor's office, the courtroom, and then back to the court window. 2025 accomplishments, just a few things that we had this year so far. Again, the fine schedule revisions. The fine schedule had not been, at least for traffic offenses, had not been updated for many years. So that was a substantial undertaking. Also, working with IT. We have a great person in IT that we've been working with for the last few months who has now created an online public docket search that's available on our website. So anybody that normally, often we get multiple calls a day. I can't remember when my court date was. I lost my ticket. They have the ability to now go on our website and find their name and find out when they're supposed to appear. Automation of monthly court statistics, again, working with IT, who's created some processes on the back end to extract information from our case management system to automatically provide me with some court statistics every month, which then go into the week in review report. And that includes both court and probation statistics. He is using a new report and hasn't got the probation statistics on there for the last month, but thinks that he'll have them on there by September. 2026, a few things that we have in the works. Again, working with IT to get an electronic monitor for defendant queuing in the courtroom. Currently, our prosecutor, who sits in this office in the back, our system really is for him to line people up under the green piece of paper on the wall and then scream next when it's somebody's turn. We're hoping to have an electronic docket monitor that will just do a slight chime. People can look up and see their name, see that they're ready to go into the prosecutor's office, or after they're done speaking with the judge when they're ready for the probation officer to meet with them to go into her office. So hopefully that will create some further efficiencies, make things run a little smoother, and prevent prevent some chaos from happening. So again, also we have an electronic docket monitor in the works for the court lobby. In the time that I've been here, we've just been printing it out every week and hanging it on this sticky paper that's out there that looks not so professional. So I think that that'll be a nice change. People will be able to find their name. The security guard will be able to find people's name if they come in and they're not sure whether they're supposed to be here that day. It'll be a lot easier to figure out where they need to be. It is mandated by statute that we have our docket posted. So this system that IT is working on now will be live. And so when people have completed their case and the clerk has completed their processing in the courtroom, their name will come off that docket. So at the end of the day, we should just only have the people left on there who failed to appear. And the last thing is an online payment terminal. We're working with IT on that as well, and finance, and that would provide little improved customer service rather than having to put somebody on hold and go to the credit card machine. The clerks would have a payment app on their desktop, on their computer, and could go ahead and take the party's information on the phone right there. So that's all I have.
Well, thank you.
Anybody have any
Appreciate your
questions?
accomplishments for 2025 and what you're going to do for 2026. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you for the presentation. I do have a question. So I was talking to a municipal judge out of Inglewood, I believe, I think, because they have their own elected judge, right, for there, and
Correct.
and talking to someone who was a former Adams County judge as well, because I was curious to know about, for example, with Judge Bowen and having to be an alternate in other spaces. Curious to know, as far as from your perspective, as far as our clearance rates for court cases over the past year. I mean, does it look like are we up, are we down? Just
I haven't really seen much change in the clearance rates in cases in the 5 years that I've been here. These cases go pretty quick. We don't, traffic cases in and out.
right.
Our statistics have stayed pretty steady. Our failure to appear rates, I noticed today, have dropped down significantly. I will attribute that, I think, to our implementation of text message reminders, which we started last year.
Awesome.
That's been really great, and we've further implemented that for also payment due dates now, reminders that you did fail to appear, you now have an outstanding warrant, please come in. So a lot of things like that. But as far as the clearance rates, I think that's always pretty much stayed pretty steady here. I don't think that there's been an impact in that
I guess my question is,
regard.
are we backlogged at some
No.
point? No.
No, and part of that too is our tickets are down quite a bit from when I first started here. And when I started, it was during COVID. So right then, we kind of had a backlog of trying to open the court back up and get those cases heard. But prior to that, Judge Juarez was here, and he was handling a much higher caseload. But we had a lot more tickets being written at that time, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. You had mentioned the credit card fees. So I know with the county and the state, when you go to license and things like that, they actually have it where you pay to 1 point whatever percent or 2.9, depends on what the cost is. They would have to pay for that. Is there a reason why we don't do that?
So I believe this was passed by city council many years ago, that the city would cover the fees, is my understanding.
Okay.
I do know that, I'm just gonna see if I had that information here, but I believe, and don't quote me, but I believe that what I was told was that there's a $9 fuel surcharge that gets added to every municipal citation. And in exchange for that, the city would cover the credit card fees, because that fuel surcharge was being passed on to each of these defendants,
All right.
so.
Well noted. Thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I heard you say the tickets were down last year, and I just wanted to warn you that we got photo radar coming to town for next year.
I was wondering. Okay. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right. Moving along here. Economic Opportunity and Cultural Affairs. 2026 budget presentation. It doesn't say who's okay. Mr. Anderson.
So you get a double dose here because it's economic opportunity and cultural affairs. So you get both of us. And I wanted to compliment you all for being right on schedule. Good job. Both of these functions operate under the city manager's budget currently. So we are overall part of the CMO staff. Just wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up that we're considering a change in that. We're considering pulling economic development out into a separate department, just for ease of some of the budgeting and tracking, but also just as a measure of the increased scope and importance of economic development efforts from yourselves and from the community. So no immediate changes are being proposed, but just giving you a heads up that it's something that we're seriously thinking about. So we're going to kind of go back and forth here really quick. Economic development, really, it's about economic opportunity, and there's kind of 3 E's with that. It's employment, entrepreneurship, and the experience that our residents have in our community. So those are all the, we're trying to grow the jobs, grow the opportunities for everyone, but also how people experience our community and the retail and restaurant environment in our community. All big priorities for us. And our divisions really are just, within our part is economic development is, our normal economic development staff plus the URA. So.
All right. And for those watching at home, this is Garrett Anderson.
So, yeah, I'm Garrett. Hi.
Our brilliant economic development director. Travis Huntington, community relations manager, and the community relations team, primarily public information communications, along with public engagement, outreach efforts, city events, and things along those lines. So our day-to-day is, of course, providing information, PIO services for the city, strategic communication for all the departments. So we have the advantage of being able to work with all the departments to help them achieve their goals. And then also trying to plan and organize community events, enrichment opportunities around what we do with the community, the public art program, and public engagement efforts.
Excellent. As far as our FTE's history, I'm the kind of gold-colored line there. Economic development has been pretty consistent with just 5 staff members. The jump to 7 is not really any new hiring. It's just a recategorization of where our URA director and our admin, who have been budgeted in other parts of the CMO office, are coming into our budget in the future. But otherwise, it's a very consistent staffing level.
Has been as well for the most part in community relations. This year we added a special events specialist to the community relations team to help execute on some of our exciting new city events that we are putting on these days. And then the jump up to 9 there in 2026 is also the reallocation of a position formerly with the Center for Innovation that's going to become a deputy director over Deputy Director of Public Affairs. That'll be over my position. So.
All right, just isolating this budget, you see there's quite a bit of variability here. This is one of the reasons why having it as a little bit separate budget might be a good idea. You see back in 2020, that's a lot of federal funding that was coming out through COVID, CARES Act, et cetera, that was funneled through this department and passed on primarily to our business community and support for them in that stressful time. Very similarly, in 24 and 25, you see a higher budget there. That's the ARPA funding that's coming in. Our portion of that is being dedicated to educational programming for our partnerships with CCA, Metro State, and some others, as well as a new marketing campaign that we've got going that's in the 6 figures. So. It's still me. All right. The really salaries is most of what we're doing in our department budget. It's all about the people here because we are a relationships department. The rest of the service charges, that other larger number there, is primarily those pass-throughs for either our new marketing campaign or the ARPA funding that's coming through for education components. And then as far as our accomplishments, we've greatly increased our local outreach to small businesses and local businesses. I believe we're roughly 75% higher this year to date than we were last year. And that's not even counting a new newsletter that's going out to roughly 1,000 businesses every month and growing. We're definitely doing a lot more tracking and management. I'm currently working on the next version of the project activity report. You'll be hitting your email inboxes soon. But we're tracking roughly 60 plus projects in there right now, totaling roughly 800 million of current construction, plus another one. It's actually going to sneak up on just about 2 billion in the pipeline of new construction activity, representing thousands of new jobs in our community. The outbound marketing, we hit 7 last year. This year we're probably going to hit 8, and then our new. Very excited with our new Commerce City Promise educational partnerships. 2 elements there. We did start processing our first check to CCA today because some of the students have already jumped the gun and are already doing summer school this year before the fall semester even. And then in Metro State, I'm very happy to announce, if you haven't heard yet, that we've Metro State themselves were able to find some additional grant funding that's going to roughly triple or quadruple the scope of what we're going to be able to do with some GED programming for both English and Spanish speakers here in Commerce City in partnership with Metro State. So it's going to extend that program from what we would have been able to cover is about 1 year. It's going to cover about 4 years worth of programming on that. So we're very excited about that. In the future, in this coming year, we're working on a couple new software programs, both for tracking local business activity as well as social media, and just a whole new marketing contract that we're just finalizing right now. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of opportunities to discuss the priorities and the implementation of that with council in this coming fall. And then, as you know, we're working with our small business task force on a variety of other and a variety of other groups on various policies that we're trying to get just to help our business community better understand the tools and resources that they have available to them.
Thank you. As far as community relations is concerned, when you see the trend lines here, 2020 and 2021, obviously we weren't putting on a lot of events or engagement or anything of that nature, so you can see the expenses were a little lower. And since that time, pretty consistent trend line for us, reflecting not only just increases in salaries and benefits, but translation services, which we've continually offered more of through various different public meetings and events, and also events themselves, along with printing and postage costs that go along with the production of the city newsletter, the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Activities Guide, and things of that nature. So a fairly consistent trend line for us from an expenses perspective over the last few years. And 2026, again, we do expect that to continue. Again, postage and printing costs and things along those lines that tend to bump up year over year. One thing in 2026 that I do want to point out that we're excited about, working very closely with Parks, Recreation, and Golf to revamp the way we distribute their activities guide, which goes out 3 times a year. And currently it's a 100-page publication that gets mailed to every single home in the city, which is an expense, and it's also a lot of paper. So in order to advance sustainability goals for the city and also to cut costs, we're going to a primarily digital first model for distribution of the PRG activities guide. There still will be printed copies available, but generally speaking, we're not going to mail the guide to every single home anymore to hopefully, again, save some paper and save some cost along the way. So that's one initiative that we're excited about. Going back to what our team's been working on this year, just last week we launched a brand new modernized city website, still putting the finishing touches and fine tuning on that, but that was obviously a big project that's been a long time in the making. Also launched the new C3 in Focus video series, really trying to increase our storytelling opportunities, try to celebrate wins, talk a little bit about great things that are happening around the community, and just doing more of that. And then also this year, actually coming up this Saturday, we have the Back to School Food Truck Rodeo. It's a brand new event happening at Turnberry Park this weekend from 11 to 2. So we're very excited to get that off the ground. That is a partnership with Community College of Aurora and the Commerce City Promise program that Garrett was referring to. And then also launching a new community engagement effort, outreach events that we're going to call Speak Up Commerce City. Hopefully staff and council members with lots of opportunities to have good conversations with residents in the same place at the same time to hopefully improve convenience and efficiency for folks to be able to give us feedback on important projects. So we're excited to get that off the ground here this month and next month, those 2 events coming up. A couple things on the radar for us in 2026. The city has purchased a new engagement platform. This is another online tool that will integrate with the website. It's called Zen City. Some of the functions that the chief was talking about with that software that they're using will be similar. And the idea, again, here is to be able to streamline community engagement, opportunities for folks to give feedback to the city. And we're hoping that that new platform will really help streamline and simplify that process and offer some new tools to our various departments for what they need. Continuing to increase and expand those, again, storytelling efforts. How are we marketing? How are we promoting things that are happening in the city? Celebrating what Commerce City is all about we're doing what we can to, again, continue to improve the community's image, both inside and out, and highlighting those achievements. And then one goal related to public art next year in 2026 is we've started a process to work with the Cultural Council to just dress up the public art master plan and just modernize that, revamp it a little bit. So that's a big goal for 2026 for us as well.
Thank you.
That's it for us.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Your dual effort there with Mr. Anderson. Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I got a question, or I received a pamphlet today from Adams County. And they had a list of all their workers and five-star businesses in their community. Is there any way we could do something like that as far as carpet layers or fence repair people, or it would be, I noticed you said you was going to go all on computer, but the seniors, there's a lot of seniors that they still don't have cell phones. I mean, they need the catalogs. Is there a way AI can tell you who's who? And I mean, they still need to get that information out.
Yeah, we'd be happy to discuss that with you. I'd be curious to see what you received from the county and take a look at that, see if it might work for us as well.
Yeah, it just had all kinds of different businesses from people,
Great, thank you.
repair shops and
And
stuff.
I can say we're definitely not going all digital. For folks that still want to print copy of like the Parks and Rec guide, we will absolutely still be printing them. We're just not going to print 29,000 of them anymore.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Just want to say, Travis, that with regards to the new website compared to the old, much better. It was quite easy for me to manage to go through. It's basically, for me, I thought it was very user-friendly over the clunkiness of what we had previously. So outstanding job to you and your team for pushing that through. Appreciate the C3 in focus, the council recaps that occur, and obviously from CCPD, what Joanna does on about the weekend. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I had a question. Garrett Anderson, Mr. Anderson. You said that you guys want to be separated from the city manager's office. I thought because before, and not say before, years past, economic development was separate from the city manager's budget. So when did that change?
It's never changed, sir. It's always been a part of the city manager's office.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was different structure for 2011, 2019, so. Sure. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Could you describe more fully the Deputy Director of Public Affairs?
Yes, so I think the vision of that is, for the last number of years, there's been a manager and myself reporting more directly to either director or at some points a deputy city manager role. So deputy director role of public affairs to help basically split out some of the duties, more strategic, PIO, media relations, things along those lines, from more of the day-to-day management of staff, messaging, editing, things along those lines. So trying to split those out a little bit to allow hopefully a little more growth from an organizational standpoint for those higher level strategic discussions, and hopefully a little more engagement as well on the media relations level related to pitching relationships with members of the media, press releases, things along those lines.
We previously had a position very similar of note to the Deputy Director of Public Affairs. You may remember we used to have that position previously held by Michelle Halstead at some point in time as communications lead, and obviously Jody Hardy that was here with us during the COVID time. And since then, we've been relying on external consultant vendor to provide that strategic initiative and thought around public affairs, communication, broad speaking, and cultural affairs. So as opposed to relying on an external contract to provide that resource, we're bringing it in-house, and we've made that determination as of, I'll say, the 2025 calendar year.
Okay, and where does this person fall in the chart, organizational chart?
Depending on what actions that you all would take, they would be under the function of the new department under the Economic Development Director. We have what would be the Deputy Director of Public Affairs over that division, and then we would have the Deputy Director, who's currently Mr. Brian Featherplace, that would be the deputy director under or over the economic opportunity division. And then obviously we would have the economic development director overseeing those two positions. So
you.
2 deputy directors within that new department. A structure that is not, like I said, different than what we've had in the past, but the difference would be just with what we continue to hear and continue to see with the evolution of this particular division within the city manager's office and some of the prominence in working through the work planning and succession planning and development of that functionality here at the city and some of the diverse aspects that we are getting ourselves into, global business, doubling down our economic development strategies, real estate. It only made sense for that to be and have a more prominent focus.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to mention Jason, City Manager Rogers, he mentioned that this was a role that was it's been a vacant role, frankly, for, I want to say 5 years now. And I know when it was here, it did a lot of great work with you, Travis, and being able to spread some of the strategic thinking and strategy while you're able to really handle some of the day-to-day and the implementation of things. And so I'm happy to hear about this role being brought back. I'm a big believer in communications and the communications team, and I think as a city, as we continue to grow, it's only going to be more critical to have more outreach and more intentional communication strategies, and so I'm glad that this role is coming back.
All right. Thank you. Thanks to both of you. Appreciate it. Okay, bringing us home here, City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be presenting the administration budget for 2026 and just quick department overview as the mission to simply put that, right? It is the goal of the city manager's office to implement city council policies and priorities. In that allows us to oversee administrative operations on the day-to-day while working with departments on establishing their annual work programs to align with goals. Similarly, you also see that we work very closely with you all as a body on your policy guidance and leadership and translating that into action. As it pertains to divisions, notwithstanding the conversation just held around economic development, we have 4 divisions: the city clerk's office, community well-being, energy, equity, and environment. The city clerk, community well-being, and energy, equity, and environment will be presenting their budgets, so they will be up shortly. And I think, like I said, our key responsibilities have always been to ensure, through the city clerk's office, that elections are preserved with access to records, implementing your policies and priorities once again, and ensuring that we're coordinating services, outreach, programming through habitability, livability issues through the community well-being group, and or those needing service as what we've understood with unhoused and otherwise. And then from an environmental stewardship, being advocates, but also being more highly participatory in measures with the region as well as the state for being able to advance environmental justice. Kind of talked about briefly, or you kind of heard briefly throughout the night, when you look in your budget, you would typically see legal and municipal court under the administration. However, their budgets have been pulled out, given that the charter does call them as independent departments. It has just been a form of way of communicating that information previously and historically. We've also made that recommendation about economic development department being its own standalone department. When we think about the prioritization of economic growth to create jobs, maintaining a competitive advantage, there's also in and around that been a discussion internally around how do we increase capacity to support a transformative vision that you all have adopted as part of the economic development strategic plan, but also as well with some of the conversations about trying to see real life tangible efforts being made. And what we're seeing in the trend line of analysis and the trend line of economic development, local municipalities are evolving their approach and their strategies and tactics, not just into what they do locally or regionally. They're looking at how they are players on the nationwide stage, also on the global economic development spectrum, and as having conversation with economic development so that they're able to accomplish this, it made more and more sense as they continue to grow their operations, as they become more nimble, to give them the opportunity to have that functionality on being able to build that and promoting that competitive, sustainable economy for the city. Hence, leading towards what I would say some government investment so that we can ensure that we are being able to be financially stable going forward. What also we've done this year has dissolved the Center for Innovation, and we have taken those positions and looked at getting back to a dual deputy city manager functionality. As you all are aware, we have hired a deputy city manager over operations, that being Cheryl Carsons, and starting next Tuesday, we will have a deputy city manager over strategic initiatives. Historically, we had previously 2 deputy city managers. We had consolidated down to 1, thinking about the functionality and the effort in being able to support our continued growth, our continued diversification of what we do for the community. What we have come to experience over the last 2 to 3 years as things have shifted with responsibilities from a state perspective, from what the county may have taken on in the past that we are now addressing in our community well-being, but also as what we're hearing from the federal administration. We've had to be organic and once again be nimble in how to work through getting towards execution and how do we look at connecting strategy, operations, and resources. So we went back to getting back to the basics and thinking about how we can promote that. So that's where you find where one of those went to the procurement analysts for our procurement team in the finance department. One also went to the deputy director of public affairs for the economic opportunity and cultural affairs department, based on their needs of what they see and what they are trying to respond to as it pertains to communication out to the community and more broadly marketing and branding as well. The basic overview of the various divisions' budgets, city clerk sitting at 1.2. He will, Mr. Gibson will go through his breakdown. City manager at 4 million, that being the administrative function. Community well-being, Ms. Mondesar will go through that breakdown, with energy, equity, and environment closing us out at what their breakdown is of their specific budget, which brings us to a total budget of the department around 6.6 million. As it pertains to FTEs, I'd like to give a brief clarification. We saw an increase in 24, one increase for my particular division to 15. We are actually currently with the pullout of economic development, economic opportunity, that we would be taking one of those positions and transferring that over to the division from the administrative. So where Mr. Anderson had spoken about an administrative specialist position that is being projected, we would actually be taking one from ours, bringing our current budgeted FTEs from 14 down to 13. We currently have 12. We have not made a determination whether or not that 13th position will be filled, or if we will then reallocate or reclassify that position to a much more needed role within the broader organization. So at a minimum, we're at 12. At max, the administrative division would be at 13. And now I will turn it over to the city clerk.
Thank you, City Manager Rogers. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. My name is Dylan Gibson. I am the City Clerk for Commerce City. So over the last 5 years, you can see that my division's budget has been relatively small in the grand scheme of things, and I've always ran a tight ship, so we've always came in under budget. You'll see a large jump from 2024 to 2025. That primarily comes from adding a record scanning project in my division. Mr. Brazel, Director of Community Development, spoke on that earlier. He was our first department. We're also currently working with Public Works and in the future HR to do a mass digitization of the city's records. We also added the one full-time employee, Kim Adame, to handle our boards and commissions and special projects in my division, as well as our election for this year. For 2026, we see another increase, and that is primarily moving the shredding contract and the postage budget from finance and ISF funds into my division, since we process those invoices and take care of those contracts. As you can see, our salaries and services and charges, so those facilities, computer allocations, and other ISF charges that Mr. Johnson spoke on earlier, account for about 82% of my budget. Everything else comes out to materials and supplies and some contract services. Again, those scanning contracts, the shredding contract, and others. For 2025, we have reorganized my office, so it had historically been a one-tier reporting structure, so everybody in my office reported up to me. Now our deputy city clerk and senior assistant city clerk have employees to supervise. We have a new core request software, which makes it easier for the public to request records, and if those records aren't with us, they get instantly directed to the appropriate agency within that portal. And then we'll also have a city records repository that will go online later this year, where the public will be able to go in and access any of those digital records that we have that we grant them access to. For 2026, we will be bringing council, as part of your strategic plan, 2 initiatives. One, to update our business licensing review process, and then the second, to explore a renewal process for our business licenses. We'll be expanding our boards and commissions, recruitment, and training services we offer to our members. And again, we're going to continue to digitize the records of the city to increase our public transparency. And I will pass it back to City Manager Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. As noted previously, the proposed budget for the city manager division slightly higher than what we were as far as amended budget in 2025. Where we're currently sitting as right now, 50% of that expended budget. So we are currently on track with what was identified for year-to-date for 25 as it stands. When looking at that breakdown, 2.5 of that is encompassed within salaries. 530 of that is broken down into medical and other benefits and insurance as well. Contract services is a particular amount looking at various overtime as well as vehicle reimbursements for certain expenses. And then when we have purchase services at around $924,000, that is a collection of things ranging from the Boys and Girls Club maintenance responsibility as part of arrangement agreement with the Urban Renewal Authority, state and federal lobbyist contracts. We have the identified holiday party that is presented and provided by the city for our employees at the December timeframe. Recruitments, membership dues, career development, computer allocations is what collectively makes up that services and charges. And then a materials and supplies at $6,200. So that brings you to a total expenditure budget of around $4 million for this upcoming year. Accomplishments, I would say when you think about the tangible product, once again, our goal is to ensure that we are translating council's priorities and policies to the organization. I think you've heard a number of accomplishments, and I have to tip my hat and kudos to the various departments, because you've heard over 30 plus accomplishments across the various about what they've been able to do just in this past year. And that's not a laundry list of everything that they have done, but those were the ones that they believe were key and critical in helping to move this organization forward. So in that, I would say, generally speaking, the governance, the oversight that we have provided has allowed for us to effectively move this organization, but also community forward. And you've seen some of their key initiatives based on that continued oversight and governance for them. But I would say specifically management of the 2025 adopted budget. We are looking to hit within our 2% utilization of the adopted budget. Our departments are operating within what is the targeted budget range at this time of the year of 50% or there more below. So, we are staying fiscally responsible and obviously having a mind towards our fiduciary priorities and responsibilities as well. Management of the 2025 CIP, we are making improvements, tactile improvements. I think you heard about that, some of that from Ms. Jenna Hahn. We've been able to get 88th Avenue going, widening project, 96th Avenue widening project going. We've been able to get through a number of parks projects. All of this by, once again, staying true to the expectations that were created and creating internal processes that have allowed for that to be accomplished. I think some of the key initiatives for us is reviewing and updating or getting underneath the hood of the strategic plan. We continue to talk about execution is reliant on, in my mind, 3 necessary functions. One being strategy, thinking about the long-range plan. How do we work towards that long-range plan? What are the necessary resources being the second component? That's being the personnel, that's being the equipment, that being a combination thereof that accomplishes the needed third component of operations. How do we then address our operations in making sure that we're moving that needle year over year towards that vision, right? Our mission is to get to that vision and to do that in a realistic time frame that shows impact in the community. As part of that, like I say, we work individually with departments on their work program, but I think there's a greater opportunity for us to really think about our strategic plan and how does that then develop a baseline or a foundational discussion into how we go out and accomplish the basics, the core competencies from an operational. So creating a comprehensive work plan for the organization that is open, that is clear, that is transparent to the community so that it creates expectations on what to anticipate based off of the strategic plan discussions that help guide it, but also the budgetary resolutions that would support it so that we're able to move forward. And I think the last thing with what we're also seeing in today's shifting landscape is that regional partnerships matter, and regional partnerships can be those with non-government organizations, nonprofit organizations, as well as our municipal partners. So how do we support council as ourselves in strengthening those regional relationships so that it may be able to provide greater solutions to shortfalls on projects, on budgets, but also being able to take a uniform or united effort forward towards various entities to be able to get projects over the hump that may not just affect Commerce City, but also our surrounding partners. And with that, I will turn over to Ms. Sarah Mondesire for Community Wellbeing.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Sarah Mondesire. I'm the Community Wellbeing Manager.
Welcome.
So you'll see in 2022, thank you. So Community Wellbeing was established late fall of 2022. We were a small but mighty team. In 2024, we received some ARPA funding, so that's where you see the big jump there. We received about $1.7 million for ARPA funding, which allowed us to expand our staff, and we were able to add new navigators to our programs, as well as additional fleet vehicles to complete street outreach. I apologize, I have additional slides, so let me get this together. So here you'll see the breakdown. We received the $1.7 million in ARPA funding, and this will not be allocated in the 2026 proposed budget. Anything that is unspent in 2025 will be carried over to 2026 Q1. So 2025, some accomplishments that we had, the positions that we added in 2025 was the housing navigator. We added an admin specialist, a health and food equity navigator, and an education employment navigator. So in 2025, we began our health and food equity programming, housing navigation programming, and we assisted in the launch of the emergency rental assistance program with Community Economic Defense Project through our ACT program. Some data we have year to date, we have hosted currently over 33 events in the community, over 1,100 contacts with residents, and 957 services provided. Moving forward in 2026, we plan to launch our bridge housing program in partnership with Adams County, launch education employment programming, and super excited, we will be participating in the National League of Cities Accelerator Cohort. All right, and I'm going to pass it over to our E3 manager.
Thank you.
Hi again, Mayor, City Council. I'm Melody Mascarenas, a Sustainability Manager for Energy, Equity, Environment. And this here shows our actual expenses and amended budget. E3 started after the budget cycle in 2023, so that's why there's just that small amount there at the beginning. And this budget amount in the amended budget includes the ARPA funding, so that's the difference there between the two, the actual and the amended budgets there. And let me see here. They, and this is our 2026 proposed budget at the end of that blue column there. And this is our E3 2026 proposed budget. The salaries, benefits, we are a smaller program, but we're mighty, and this shows the division of our budget there on the right of the screen. And lastly, moving forward with 2025 accomplishments, we had the transition from EPAC to EPIC, which is the Environmental Policy and Innovative Commission. That just happened recently. We have a contract for tree canopy and tree inventory is just starting recently. Garden in a Box offering for our residents. We had 70 discounts we have available, and those are still available for the Commerce City residents. We completed the Civic demonstration garden designs for 2 designs, one in the north part of the city, one in the south. And that was one of our sustainability action plan goals. Finished the project accelerator, focusing on exploring Cash for Grass program with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. We increased education opportunities with the PAG partnership this summer. That included 2 youth camp activities we went to, 2 family fun in the parks, and a park after dark event with the movie, The Lorax, of course. And hosted Adams County First Earth Day. That was a big success. And that plan is to do that in the future with our Adams County partners. And our 2026 initiatives, we'll continue to implement the Sustainability Action Plan, focusing on our focus areas and goals. Updating the greenhouse gas inventory. It was last done in 2019, and we're trying to get a grant for that, to do that again. We established the Xeric Gardens in both the northern and southern parts of the city. That was that design I mentioned earlier, and we'd like to establish those in 2026, again, possibly getting some grants to do that. And ongoing LEED certification training for employees, and that includes community development also as part of that LEED certification effort. And progress continues on the creation of the Excel Partners in Energy program. We've been working with them ongoing on that. And that's the last slide. And so, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any questions?
City Council? Thank you all for your presentation.
Thank you.
So if I may, Mayor, there was a question about following up with respect to, correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy City Manager, the breakout of Parks and Rec golf revenues for both Bison Ridge and the golf course.
And expenditures.
And expenditures. So we can make some adjustments and have that information to share with you all at our next meeting. That should not be a heavy lift for us to present to you.
Okay, and, with that, I mean, I know it didn't help the current administration clawing back a lot of these grants and support for the cities. And look at the state just lost, have to adjust their budget by $1 billion. So,
Correct. I think once we get to a better understanding of what we're hearing as a special legislative session at the end of the month, maybe that will coincide with how we can share some additional information about the real-time or real-life impacts to the city.
Yeah.
And our budgets, because I know they'll have not just a general figure of 1.2 billion, but we may know a little bit more specific about the programs that we've relied on.
all right. And then bringing this back, there's been also talk of what this would look like if some things were reduced, like if budget-wise, what's on the opposite side, what would this look like for our services? If, just say for instance, if it was down by 5% or so overall.
We haven't gone through that effort. I mean, if that is something that the body would like us to take a look at, then obviously that was something I would say we would not bring back at the 11th or the 18th.
Yeah.
We'd have to work with all of our departments to understand what that is, because that's not, what you see tonight is not including the budget enhancements that what our departments have gone through as far as priorities, as far as what they've heard in the community to address certain operational needs. So that'll be coming to you next week.
Okay.
And it's probably a worthwhile conversation next week to be looking at the bigger picture of, well, we have base budget, which is looking at the existing condition that we have, plus budget enhancements, as well as what we've also heard from council last Monday. And what approach should we be taking? And then responding to that to you all in the main at that budget workshop on the 8th.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager, does that also include, for example, some of these programs that we currently have in the city, such as ACT, such as the refuse, right? This is stuff that is not, that's basically funded based off of our base budget, right? I mean,
So ACT is obviously the remaining tranche of the ARPA dollars that we received that was originally 10 million.
so I guess what I'm more curious by is the fact of knowing what programs do we currently have out there that we are funding ourselves, that we are continuing, that has not provided by other outside entities. Make sense?
I think what you're trying to understand is what expenditures are solely funded by the city and the sales and the use tax that's generated, and not being provided by grants or other funding mechanisms.
Right. I would like to see something of that nature. Because I mean, if we're at a crossroads right now with the fact based on your expenditures versus revenues and projections for next year, I think we need to see all that. And I think what Councilmember Dukes even said before too was regarding, sales and use tax with regards to not enough build outs essentially. I mean, what are we attempting to do next year? So.
Yeah. Fair. I mean, if we're going to look at, if there's a desire to want to look after next week's discussion at the reductions of services, I mean, there's some pretty key things that we can look at that are going to be drastic, but also.
Where can we meet in the middle somewhere to ensure that we have a balanced budget across the board kind of moving forward? That's kind of what my thought is.
Agreed, and I think there's a policy discussion about level of service and what you expect, and what you're also willing to live with, right? Because with reducing operational costs also means something in tandem has to go with that. So, right, there's just not that I'm going to pull here and think that the push isn't going to be reflective of it, and that's just another decision point in the larger conversation. One that we're obviously more than willing to have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, thanks very much. I'm interested in the services and charges, which are almost $1 million. Is that something that could come in-house? Are those services that don't require an outside contractor, and instead we have someone on staff or hire someone on staff and thus reduce the costs?
So if I glossed over this very quickly, apologies, but when talking about it, it's a collection of different things. And right now, what we only have as an external contract within that is the state and federal lobbying contracts. So that is what we have in there. But we also have a collection of different things as our responsibility for the Boys and Girls Club maintenance. That is $80,000. The state and lobbying contracts is projected at $156,000, both because we look at 70 and 70, both for state and federal government. But we also have what we've looked at on an annual basis that we provided to our staff is that Christmas holiday party. That's at, I think, $30,000 just because of what we have to provide for our staff. We also have internal recruitments when we are going out and recruiting for different positions that rely on different sources to get that word out, memberships and dues for continuing career development, and then probably the other largest tranche in that being $360,000 for computer allocation for staff.
Okay.
So once again,
I have 12 seconds. I calculate 215,000 average salary and benefits for the 14 people in the city manager's office. Is that correct? That's the average.
I can't say, ma'am, nor would I think it'd be appropriate to go down that just because I think we have so many different positions and we have different ranges. So I think trying to average it would be a misnomer. But I would say the salaries is what you saw on the screen is what we have in totality for those 14 positions.
Okay, and is that public information?
No, that would have to be requested through a court as far as that information.
It's publicly available.
Thank you.
All right, before I go on here, since we had a good conversation and even cutting down the time to talk, we still talked a lot. So I'm going to ask this council to extend this meeting by until 11 o'clock, be a half hour. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Okay, motion is to extend the meeting by a half hour, which would be 11 o'clock.
Your vote is now open.
All right, that passes 6-2. Okay. All right. Okay, on to consent agenda, sorry. Just many pages here. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council in a single motion and vote. Any council member may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion, a separate vote. Tonight, there are 11 items on the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Councilmember Madera.
Yes, I'd like to pull Resolution 2025-116.
2025-116. Okay. All right. Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I'd like to pull Resolution 2025-067, please.
2025-067?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any others? Mayor Pro Tem, you were on the list. Did you have anything to pull?
No.
Okay. All right. Need a motion and second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something?
I was going to do what
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. The motion on the floor, sorry.
Minutes of the July 2025 regular meeting. Ordinance 2683, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of federal funds in an amount of $4,116,000 for the Chambers Road widening project in the Public Works Department and the authorization of expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2685, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating unencumbered fund balance in general fund in the amount of $4,991,770 for the use of police substation capital construction project, including the interfund transfer from the general fund to capital expenditure fund and authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2687, the ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of fund from the Colorado Department of Transportation in the amount of $1,918,800 for Highway 2 median upgrades and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2691, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of grant funding from the Colorado Department of Transportation CDOT in the amount of $5 million for the widening of 88th Avenue in the City of Commerce City and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2692, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Defense Council First Appearance Grant Program from the amount of $2,500 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2695, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, CCRMC, Section 6-2004. Resolution 2025-078, a resolution finding the substantial compliance of the annexation in the case AN 24-0001 in the known as the Estrada annexation, setting of the public hearing and determination eligibility for such annexation. Resolution 2025-115, a resolution amending council policy. Your vote is now open.
Before we vote, you didn't, you took resolution 2025-067, right? You didn't? Okay.
I did not read.
I just saw it on the screen, so. Because in the past, with that has happened, it was read out and approved, and we had to go back, so I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. All right, it passes unanimously, 8-1 excuse absence. Okay, we'll now go to Councilmember Madera for item Resolution 225-115.
Yes, this resolution amends Council Policy 2, and primarily it removes unforeseen circumstances or extraordinary items from administrative business. I just want to know what the purpose of the change is, because, you know, we were intentionally added that because administrative business became, everyone was just legislated on the fly, and, you know, it ended up being hours of the meeting. So to encourage people to notice administrative council business, we added that to the council policy. So I just want to know what the purpose of removing that is and what the impacts would be.
City Attorney Zazacki?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in here, Mayor. It's a great question. So I think you've got to read 2025-116 with the changes in 2025-115. So 2025-115 is the revisions to Council Policy 2 that clarifies the distinction between notice council business and admin council business for that exact reason. The way that the council policy was previously written, it used admin count, the way that council is using admin council business, it used notice council business as a term interchangeably with admin council business. So the intent of this is to clarify there should not be legislation on the fly, right, for open meetings law requirements. The standard should really be following notice council business process. A council member should get a seconder. It should be agendized so that the public knows what council's discussing in any upcoming meeting. And then it still contemplates the use of admin council business for opportunities to ask questions or to provide input from staff when you all hear something from public comment or you have questions. But generally speaking, the process really should be using notice council business, getting a seconder, and getting it agendized for a future meeting.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for the question. What about if there is something with a due date that needs to be acted on and that notice council business couldn't be submitted by the previous Tuesday, but somewhere between Wednesday and Monday night, you learn that there is a deadline and therefore this city council needs to consider it during an admin council business?
So there's still an allowance contemplated in state statute, right? So that what we're talking about is the open meetings law requirements for agenda and notice. There's case law, I believe it's the town of Marble. I don't remember the other name in the case, but basically it establishes what that process looks like. It says that information that is agendized is basically up to the extent possible. So, you know, there are emergency circumstances. The court did contemplate the fact that, you know, there needs to be some flexibility to allow the legislature, you know, you all, to act appropriately when time is of the essence. But generally speaking, if it's not an emergency, notice council business is the recommendation.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right. A motion and second to approve resolution 2025-115. Council seated, Councilmember Madero.
It's 116, and yeah, I move to approve resolution 2025-116.
You said 116, I thought you said 115.
Yeah, you said 115.
I did. All right, sorry about that. Resolution 2025-116.
Mayor, we still need a second.
Second the motion.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Okay.
Your vote is now open.
Thank you.
For Resolution 2025-116, a resolution amending Council Policy CP 16.
All right. That passed unanimously, 8-1. Okay, up next is Councilmember Douglas, and this is for resolution, make sure I get it right. Resolution 2025-067.
The reason I brought this forward is just because I want to draw attention to the fact that this is a big project, and we have taken it down from 16 million to 12 million. I think that's substantial. It does cover deferred maintenance, like the roof, which is a very expensive project. And so just because the constituents have been aware of this and it's been brought forward, I didn't want it to go unnoticed as part of the consent agenda, and I wanted it to be something that was brought forward so that the community would know that we were doing this. I'm in support of this as it stands, and so I would like to make a resolution to pass this, or not a resolution, a motion to pass
Resolution 2025-067, a resolution authorizing award of a design-build construction contract for the Buffalo Run Golf Course Clubhouse Expansion Project to R.G. Brinkman Company.
Okay, thank you. So motion, Councilmember Kim?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? I had a question. Thank you, Chad Redden, for being here. Can you explain, if this is approved, what the process is for, I know this is just approved to actually solidify the contract, but if this is approved upon that, when is commencement on the construction, and then when will it end?
Yeah, I think a good question. And I think it's a little bit early to say when commencement of construction would be. The first thing that we would need to do, obviously, is to meet with the contractor and dive in a little bit into the schedule and how we proceed forward. So I think initially that's where we would need to start, is to look at, have that initial meeting with the contractor, have a kickoff, see what the schedule looks like, see what we have to work with, and kind of move forward from there. I think we're a little bit early in the process to give those.
Okay. Well, I'm just stating off what was proposed, says a year and 9 months, so basically looking at the end date of May 2027, so.
Correct. And we would, obviously, that's what we have for the contract. We would be looking, anticipated to be closed with the project by then.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to correct the council communications. On May 23rd, 2022, the city council on second and final reading approved the clubhouse expansion. That was first. I'm sorry, that was first. And then on June 20th, 2022, it was approved on the consent calendar. Neither of those dates are listed in the council communications. It just says council review. Those were quite literally votes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, ready for the vote. Thank you.
Resolution 2025-067, resolution authorization of the design, build, construct contract for the Buffalo Run Golf Course Clubhouse Expansion Project, R.G. Brinkman Company. Your vote is now open.
Okay, that's passed unanimously with one excused absence. All right, ordinance on second reading, ordinance 2686, Civic Center remodeling project. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
You referred to this earlier, City Manager Rogers, about a funding gap. So where did you see the 2.88 million coming from for the remodeling project of the Civic Center?
Are you asking for what the funding source would be, ma'am?
Yes.
It would be pulled from the unassigned general fund balance. And how you have it as far as the ordinance, it's called the unencumbered fund balance. So we have used that unencumbered, unassigned interchangeably.
All right, I need a motion and a second to approve the ordinance 2686 on second and final reading. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes, did you have a discussion? Okay. All right. This is, I expressed myself last time about if there was any other options to maybe do half this year and half next year, knowing that we need the bottom half for sure, because police department coming over, moving other departments over, I'm okay with that, but I'm not okay with the upstairs. I mean, I think we could do it for a lot less, but that's where I'm at in the process. The motion on the floor is to approve ordinance 2686 on second and final reading. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2686, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating unencumbered fund balance in the general fund in the amount of $2,880,280.20 for the use of the Civic Center remodel project, including the specified interfund transfers and authorization of the expenditures thereof. Your vote is now open.
Okay, that passes 5-3. All right, on to administrative council business. Do any council members have administrative council business items? Emergency unforeseen circumstances. Mayor Ford. Sorry, Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. Got a promotion.
Yeah.
During our consent agenda items, we approved a bunch of money for 88th Avenue widening. And looking at our use tax and other things that are down, I want to make sure that all the businesses that are outside the fence of the flea market on the weekends are licensed businesses and have the right to be where they're at to be operating. Otherwise, they need to be cleared off the road because they're a danger to the motoring public. And I've brought this up many times before, but when we're spending that kind of money and we're worried about revenues and use tax and things of that nature, I want to make sure that they're not bleeding genuine residents dry, that are trying to, genuine businesses that are licensed, that are trying to survive. And the same thing with Derby. I've brought it up multiple times. I'm there every morning, and the same homeless people are still sleeping in front of the same buildings, and it's deterring customers from utilizing those services. So I'd like to see that get taken care of as well. That's all I got.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I brought up the Tower landfill situation earlier, and the fact that it registers as a thermal hotspot via satellites that show fires throughout the world, actually. There is a landfill methane rulemaking that's coming up at the end of the month. And so my question would be, since this is August 21 and 22, would the city have time to prepare should my motion pass to participate in the rulemaking? I think it's very important that we work with the state to establish rules that protect the residents who live quite close to the landfills, especially in Legato and Second Creek Farms, and then those who live within 5 miles, which is actually an area of concern as well.
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking up the particular date, so give me 1 second on that. Pertaining to that, I believe we have an opportunity to still be able to provide comments, which I would assume, I would have to obviously trust with my staff to verify and confirm. But if we're able to provide comments in regards to that rulemaking on August 20th, then with comments being necessary by tomorrow, is my understanding.
No, those are that's just, I know that you've had conversation with Adams County Health Department when I was looking for some talking points. However, this is different. The rulemaking comes in August 21st, the week of August 21st and 22nd. So there's nothing that needs to be prepared by tomorrow morning.
Well, I was unaware that we had conversations with Adams County, so I can circle back up with our staff.
I
but
have an email about that.
Not disputing that you do, ma'am. I'm just simply stating we will, if we have the availability and the opportunity to have a conversation, be able to participate, if the council's direction is to do so, then we will take the necessary steps to take that next step.
Right. That's what I understand, is that I would require the votes of the city council, but I'm asking whether it is of an emergency to do it now, or do I wait until the 18th to put in, submit a request for the 18th? Would there be enough time? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is this an emergency that we need to get it done this evening, if it passes, in order to meet the deadline of August 21st and 22nd? Or is there enough time where I could submit a notice council business and it would be on the August 18th agenda?
It's a good question. So I am pulling up the rulemaking documentation to determine, it has a notice of rulemaking hearing, request party status, late party status request. I'm trying to download it as quickly as I can. So if you wouldn't mind having a placeholder on that question, I would certainly would prefer a notice council business item, of course, per what we just talked about, but want to make sure that council has the opportunity to participate or direct myself and my staff to enter party status if that's necessary.
Okay, great. So I'll hold that for a minute while you're looking. And I did want to point out that I noticed at 88th and Highway 2 that the gas tanks for Quick Trip appear to be within 50 to 75 feet of not only the railroad track, but also propane tanks. And I am gravely concerned about situating the gas stations so that the gas tanks are right at the train track as opposed to the building itself for Quick Trip and the gas tanks at the west side. So I do think that that's something we did not want to put a moratorium on gas stations, but at the same time, I do think that there should be rules implemented for safety reasons. As Councilmember Teeter pointed out, there are hazardous materials on trains coming through Commerce City.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I kind of wanted to piggyback on Councilmember Ford's request. And since we're talking budget and looking into the possibility for additional revenue collecting, the flea market is, I don't know how, but it seems like they have pushed off the possibility of being taxed on anything for a very long time. I remember being at the council meeting many years ago where they were being annexed and some of the deals that were made with them to come into the city. And so I would like to see that investigated to see if there's possibility for additional revenues collected from the flea market. And then I had one other thing, but I will be putting that on notice council business, and that is the item that Adams 14 School Board Chair Renee Lovato brought tonight. And I will let you know that this charter school has targeted Commerce City for whatever reason. They were denied to set up by the school board probably over a year ago, and since then they just keep doing anything possible to get in. I was approached by one of the developers couple years ago after the State of the City address, and their ask was for me to talk to the Adams 14 people so that they could build a high-rise and build a facility for university prep to come in. And they wanted it to be on the Alsop property, and they somehow thought that that was going to be part of our URA. So I will be bringing that back on for notice council business at our next meeting. But I just wanted to know, everyone to know a little bit about their track record here.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is more towards the city attorney, but I will wait. If I can just if you come back to me so that he can answer Mayor Pro Tem's question and then come back to me.
That's okay. I did find it, I believe. The request for party status was May 14th by 5 p.m. And then there was a subsequent status conference May 19th. So I believe we are too late to file for party status. There is an opportunity to submit public comment though, or a comment.
Yeah, there are public hearings on August 21st and 22nd.
Correct.
So we could have a roll then.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, so that doesn't have the same level of urgency, correct?
I want to make sure that I have this correct because I'm doing this quickly. This is Reg 31 for
Correct.
the landfill methane.
Correct.
It says written public comments are due tomorrow, but then there's actual public comment during the hearing on the 21st.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, just making sure.
Yes, and earlier today, I had been referred to Adams County Health Department by Mothers for Clean Air, and they were providing me with bullet points to send in a letter as an individual. And I understand that there was concern from the city that I was speaking on behalf of the city. But of course, after 5+ years on the city council, I know that I'm not to do that. I don't see a need to do it tonight. I'll do it on the 18th. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for City Attorney Sarzecki, sir. Public comment was made by Adams 14 Chairwoman Renee Lovato in request to have you speak with their attorney with regards to the Boys and Girls Club. Wanted to find out before any motion is requested or made, or if one has to be made, is if you've already had those conversations, and if is there anything that this council needs to do at this time?
I appreciate that. I do not think there's any action that needs to be taken. I did have a conversation, we exchanged emails in early May wherein their attorney requested a copy of our quitclaim deed with the Boys and Girls Club. My understanding is that there were other city staff members that have had conversations, not with Adams 14, but with Boys and Girls Club, to understand the contractual relationship with the ECE program that was taking place within the facility. That said, it's very clear Adams 14's attorney would like to have a conversation to understand the city's interpretation of what's allowable under the quitclaim deed, and I'm happy to have that conversation with him as soon as tomorrow.
Is it possible that we would also be able to obtain results of, I'm pretty sure there's legal confidentiality, you understand that, but I'm just wondering at the end of the day, as far as the claim that is being made.
Yeah, so just to be clear, I think there's actually a URA role here if there were any action that needed to be taken, because it's a quitclaim deed with the URA. I don't have the language in front of me, but my recollection is that there's a narrow scope of what that facility can be used for, and it's generally, it has to be associated with what the Boys and Girls Club operations tend to be statewide. So fundamentally, the question is offering ECE programming within the scope of what they typically do. My understanding in the last hour is that they've also expanded that to kindergarten offering kindergarten classes as well. So there's an additional analysis that needs to take place. But again, happy to have that conversation with Adams 14. To the extent there's any action that needs to take place, it would likely be through the URA, and you all would be notified.
Copy that. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of comments about the dump and the methane gas. The purpose of the flare is to make it safer. It burns off the gas so that it doesn't drift across the area and get into somebody's house and create a bigger problem. And because you can't smell it. I mean, you can smell the dump, but you can't smell the gas. So it's safer while they're burning it. I just wanted to make that statement. And with the gas station on 80th Avenue, those tanks are designed, they're double lined, they're put underground for a reason. And you could actually take a log chain and tie it around those pumps and put it behind your Dodge pickup and yank it off of its foundation, and you might get a little fire, but the pump's going to shut off. It's designed that way. So that's really not a big deal. The few calls that we've had in the past that we went on, it was just no big thing at all when we showed up. But because of the safety features that they now have at the pumps. But I just wanted to make those two statements.
Thank you. City Manager Rogers, did you have something?
I just wanted to correct the record that I do, in response, I think of support to the Mayor Pro Tem's conversation around discussions with the county on the rulemaking, that I do have some communication from my team trying to share with us what those conversations were. And I think what she said was spot on with where and how she was directing and how she was raising it tonight. So just wanted to, once again, correct the record.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to, I had a conversation, I mean, not a conversation, but we had our NLC further discussion on the transportation infrastructure, and just want to know, since the federal government is actively shaping the transportation funding, and they have asked the current administration to they're going to reauthorize funds. So the U.S. Department is requesting, U.S. DOT is requesting that the cities or counties submit their requests by August 20th. Have we engaged in that list of projects?
So if I may, Mayor, I cannot speak to anything that we received from the Department of Transportation, not to say that it's not forthcoming, but, and typically when there's been a request for reissuance of projects that are currently scoped or to be funded, we usually do get something. So I would say, where has this information been shared with?
Just with National League of Cities, and they said it was sent out to the cities and states as far as reauthorization and the request to actually resubmit transportation projects, and the date is August 20th.
We can definitely get with our grants team. I think the reauthorization of projects may be dependent upon whether or not that's being, I can't speak to it because once again, I don't have that. So
sure,
we'll have to do some due diligence, whether it's coming directly from the state or if we've applied for grants from the federal government, and whether or not those projects qualify or not. But
Okay.
like I said, I can't speak to it because I've not seen something come across yet, Mayor.
All right, I'll send that to you. Thank you. All right, moving on. City Manager Rogers, do you have a report to?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of updates for you all. Election season kicks off tomorrow. I think you all are aware that we have our candidate forum session tomorrow from 6 to 8 in conference room 2108. This year's election will be held on November 4th. That is wards 1, 3, and 2 at-large seats are on the ballot. Nomination petition packets are available for pickup at 8 a.m. tomorrow in the city clerk's office and will be due by Monday, August 25th by 5 p.m. Ballot lot draw will be held on September 3rd at 6 p.m. in the chambers. And the ballot will be then certified on September 5th to Adams County as well. Obviously, we have a election webpage where information on the election candidates and campaign financing filings can be found. Moving on to other news, and I'll keep this very quick. I know there was a discussion about annual backpack giveaway that was hosted by our community well-being. When they looked at their numbers, we actually gave away 700 backpacks that were distributed to the family. So that's positive. That's a good, strong number. We talked about the city website redesign as part of accomplishments with community relations or communications. We have the food truck rodeo this Saturday from 11 to 2 p.m. at Turnberry Park with our partners from Adelante and CCA securing approximately 15 food trucks and other vendors to create a family-friendly activity environment. We will also have a live performance by Chicano Heat. I'd also like to share that PD received what we call the Tile/AirTag Program Grant. That's in the amount of $10,000. We will look to roll that out as we are rolling out our real-time crime center. That was also discussed. And last but not least, you have on your calendar, at least for this portion, National Night Out. That will be in 5 different areas of the city tomorrow. And then, once again, going back over discussion on September 15th, we talked about the Senior Commission annual presentation. There was the mention of the annual crime report that was confirmed again today. We have our September oil and gas, given that we will only have one business meeting on the 15th for the month of September. And then we have a number of different consent agenda resolutions and ordinances that we have on file, as well as proclamations. Then moving into public hearing, we have a PUDA for the amount of an hour. That is for the change of zoning at DI PUD to allow warehouse distribution. And then we have a resolution for determining eligibility for annexation. That will bring us to approximately 11:30, the safety action plan adoption, which is a resolution. All in all, that brings us to a total of 11:30 adjournment time on that evening.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes, you have a question for City Manager?
I do. More just a comment for Dylan and Kim. As city manager gave an update for the elections, I know this is a stressful time, but also something you enjoy in terms of helping us as a city coordinate and plan elections. And so just a kudos to you guys. I know that this is never an easy time. All candidates, potential candidates, everyone has particular things they want done, signs up. I know when I ran, it was like signs up, signs down, and everyone came to you. So, but I wanted to take a moment, just congratulate and thank you, because without your processes and without your transparency, elections don't run smoothly, and it's a big piece of democracy, that the work you're doing, and so thank you for that. And I noticed on elections page, you did mention around opportunities for candidate forums for nonprofits, and I know that was some work that you had to go through as well to make sure we had the rec center set up as opportunities if nonprofits are interested in doing candidate forums, and then you also volunteer to put those on the elections page if they're recorded. So all that stuff is just to say thank you, and the effort you're doing, it helps transparency for us as a city, so appreciate it.
That means a lot. Thank you, Councilmember.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Very well said, Councilmember Dukes. Just very well said. I also know that I plan to bring back a motion to the August 18th meeting to have a city-sponsored candidate forum. We haven't had one of those since Laura Bauer was city clerk. That was in 2019. League of Women Voters was the unbiased questioner, and I think it's really helpful when you don't have a questioner or an organization that has no skin in the game. We just want to make sure that democracy is realized and everybody gets a chance to vote, and you get to meet the candidates, you get to see them on Channel 8 and also on our YouTube channel. Unfortunately, some of the nonprofits have a very specific point of view, and there's no reason that you don't want to participate in those. You want to participate in everything, no question about it. But I do think it would be important for the city to have one and talk about things that people need to know in order to be a city council person. And while you're at it, I want to remind people that whatever you do, do not put your signs in the tree lawn because they will be taken by the city. So that is the right of way. The tree lawn in front of your home or someone else's home is actually the city's right of way. So don't put your sign there, whatever you do. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And Mayor Douglas, can I just touch on that real quick?
Sure.
I just want to remind council, I sent an email out back in March about the city's position on hosting a city-sponsored forum. I can resend that out again, but we won't be hosting a city-sponsored forum, especially in the chambers. We don't allow any other types of events to happen in here. We also have sensitive equipment, and it also puts the city in a precarious place having city staff and resources and locations hosting a forum where some candidates might not be able to attend, and now you've got one person running for a seat there, one person not able to attend, and it just creates an appearance of favoritism or bias for those candidates. So that's why we've opened up the recreation centers for those organizations that want to host those events. That's a great opportunity for those organizations to host forums. Again, if they use the city facility, we'll have the ability to record, post them on YouTube later, post them on the elections page, but we won't be sponsoring or hosting city events for candidate forums.
Point of order. With all due respect, as city council members, we set policy. Whether it passes or not is up to the city council. That does not mean that I won't be bringing it forward. Yes, I saw your memo, and yes, I know that other communities do it. I would prefer having my discussion with fellow council members when I bring it forward. Thank you.
That's fine, Mayor Pro Tem, but that's an operational activity, and that's over my purview as the designated election official for the city.
Councilmember Kim.
Kind of thinking outside the box here. So with regards to that, and you mentioning that that the rec centers could be used for candidate forums and all that. I can remember back in 2023, I remember shooting out an email to a lot of the candidates to say, hey, what if we did something over at the VFW? And basically, I tried to get everybody in the same room, same page, who was running at that time, including myself, who was in this position, who was appointed at the time. Could city council members be able to utilize the rec centers to again, kind of throw it out there as a nonpartisan, hey, anybody who's running for council, if you want to show up to this, you're more than welcome to?
That's a great question, Councilmember Kim. We definitely want to have as much of that reach on our elections page.
Or try to help advertise it, right, for regardless of who they are, if they're running or not, they want to, whatever. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way that to help with any candidate or every candidate, essentially.
Certainly, and again, that's why we make the requirement for posting that video on the website. It has to be hosted at the recreation centers because we can control the video and audio quality. I don't know what other facilities have in terms of equipment, but we know what's at the rec centers, and we know that just like over in 2108 or back here in 2309, right, we've got a camera, we've got a set of microphones, and we can ensure that there's...
So would I be able to reserve something like that and try to something together if I wanted to throw it out for the entire community to show up, say, hey, we got all these candidates showing up, just to... People who have questions, you can, write them down on paper or whatever, and they can be asked. I'm just thinking out loud here, just for anybody, honestly.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, the goal is to have, again, as much information for the public out there as possible. In terms of who's allowed to rent a rec center or host these types of events, I don't think we really have necessarily parameters or concerns on that, as long as they're recorded and the video and the audio are consistent quality that will allow us to have those debates. But again, there's certain requirements of notifying us in advance, having it done in the rec center, and being geared towards the election. But it
I
looked like
see the city attorney chomping at the bit.
Yeah, I think if the question is can you as a council member organize and host a forum, I would recommend against that. I think the biggest concern is making sure that everyone has equal access to the opportunity to be able to speak to the public. I think we're all in agreement with that, right?
Right, that's exactly what I'd be
right.
looking for
You know,
regardless.
when this question was posed from a council member a couple of months ago. We did do an inquiry on what other municipalities are doing, and those range from they will offer facilities for like a League of Women Voters organization to come in and actually run it. I'm not aware of any council member or even a city employee running it. There are municipalities that have a municipal-led forum, right? I think Aurora was one of them that does that. I think Denver does some iteration of that and allows for the television, their broadcasting to be used. So that is all to say, from a legal concern, the only issue is making sure that everyone's having equal access.
Absolutely.
I think I would recommend against it being sponsored or led by a council member, just for the appearance of impropriety. And you're going to end up having someone's going to win, someone's going to lose.
Sure.
You don't want the loser to say.
Yeah, for me, there'd be
There was
no
no
skin
fair.
in the game whatsoever.
Right.
It's just a
Right.
matter of just like I did back in 23,
Sure.
saying, hey, guys, you want to just show up here?
Sure.
And this was brought out for everybody.
Sure.
Regardless of who they were or whatever it was.
Sure. Yeah, I would recommend that we have an organization do it.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
So did I catch this right, Dylan, that you're offering this to different nonprofits or whoever who want to set it up, and then they could use the recreation center's equipment to record it? Would it then be on the city's website, or?
That's correct, Councilmember Douglas. Yeah, so if an organization lets us know in advance that they want to host a forum and they use the city's recreation center,
I already know because of a blog that exists that is tied to an organization here that they have bias against certain people who might be interested in running for office, and as though some people take their information as gospel, I could dispute it as not being true, but it's out there. And so if they get to make up the questions and everything like that, if we can't have something run by a party who is not interested in the city and what goes on here, and we can't do it why in the world would these other entities be allowed to use the recreation center, their equipment, and then it would be posted on the website? Because I know that there were questions that were asked the last time going around that were had nothing to do with public service, that they were created to make personal attacks. And so knowing the background here, I don't, with all due respect, and I appreciate everything that you do, Dylan, I do. Everything that you've done with the boards and commissions and the people that you have working for you. I'm not pandering. I'm telling you, I've shown you my appreciation, but I would like you to reconsider this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Douglas. And again, from our perspective, right, we want to get as much information, material that, you know, those videos out there as possible. And if, you know, there's one side that has a video, we want to make sure that that other side, so
I
it's
just
either kind
don't
of an
think this is
all
the
or
way to do
nothing.
it. I just don't think this is the way to do it, and if you slept on it, you might reconsider. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have 4 minutes. Three people in the queue. You have 1 minute.
Okay, is it mine?
Councilmember Dukes.
Just, again, Dylan, thank you for making, what I hear, our clerk said that he made space available for nonprofits in the community that are interested in holding candidate campaigns or candidate forums that they do every year and having space available at their own wishes. And as a candidate, you can choose to show up, not show up, but the space is available and it's going to be transparent, meaning we have actual audio and video, and the city's out of the game of that. You're just hosting the space, which I appreciate. I also appreciate the effort of saying it is not our role as policymakers to dictate how elections are ran. I think we began to get into a slippery slope on that, and so respecting your actually memo you sent out maybe 3 or 4 months ago that outlined this. I just want to reiterate that this was sent out months ago, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness of it.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Dara.
I just want to caution council, you know, we're walking a real fine line here between campaigning from the dais, which is against council policy. So, you know, my recommendation would be we need to stay out of the election from the dais. It's not our place to run the election. And, you know, obviously you can support whoever you want, but when you're up here on the dais, we're a body, and, you know, so talking about people's biases and personal slights during campaigns, I don't think that's acceptable. So, you know, similar to city attorney's recommendation, let's stay out of it, and hopefully someone independent comes in and fills that role.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Councilmember Madera. And in that light, I also think then it's probably not a great idea for the city's airways to be used to air the forums, since the city will have no control over the content of them. Thanks for the idea.
All right, with that, there's like 35 seconds, so if you have any reports, we can report out next Monday. So we are adjourned, 10:59.